Before the repulsor rays and the iconic red and gold suit, there was the man, Anthony Edward Stark. He entered the world not merely as a son, but as the heir apparent to a technological dynasty. His father, Howard Stark, was a figure larger than life, an inventor whose genius had helped shape the 20th century, contributing significantly to the Allied victory in World War II through projects like the Manhattan Project, and later becoming a founding architect of the global intelligence agency SHIELD. Howard was a titan of innovation, but his brilliance cast a long, often cold shadow over his son. Tony inherited this immense legacy, the vast resources of Stark Industries, a company whose technological tendrils reached into every corner of global power, but also the weight of expectation and the emotional echo of a father who was often more present in newsreels than at home. Yet, Tony's own intellect was undeniable, a supernova of cognitive power that flared from his earliest years. The stories became legendary within Stark Industries. The circuit board built at age 4, the V8 engine constructed from scratch at age 6. Academia was less a challenge and more a playground. He devoured knowledge, graduating summa cum laude with multiple degrees from the prestigious Massachusetts Institute of Technology while still a teenager, officially at 17. His mind saw connections others missed, solved problems deemed impossible, and possessed an intuitive grasp of engineering that bordered on the precognitive. This prodigious intellect, however, rarely presented itself without a shield. Tony cultivated an armor of wit, cynicism, and performative nonchalance long before he forged one of metal. The premature, tragic death of Howard and Maria Stark in a car accident, a devastating event that left a young 21-year-old Tony reeling with grief and the unsettling feeling of unresolved issues, propelled him into the CEO's chair at Stark Industries years ahead of schedule. Perhaps as a defense mechanism, perhaps out of genuine insecurity beneath the bravado. He doubled down on the persona his wealth and genius afforded him. Stark Industries, under his often absentee but direction-setting leadership, didn't just maintain its position. It accelerated, becoming the undisputed global leader in advanced weapons systems. Stark technology, from smart bombs to sophisticated targeting arrays, became the instruments of modern warfare, shaping conflicts across the globe, projecting American influence, and generating immense profits. Tony Stark perfected the role of the billionaire playboy philanthropist. Emphasis often placed heavily on the first two descriptors. He was the dazzling center of any room he entered, his charisma as potent as his intellect. He moved through life with an air of untouchability, insulated by layers of wealth, legal teams, and public fascination. He designed weapons capable of immense destruction, rationalizing it as a necessary evil, a means to enforce peace through overwhelming strength, a philosophy inherited, perhaps, from his father's Cold War-era work, but twisted through Tony's own detached lens. Consequences seemed an abstract concept, applicable to others, but not to him. His inner circle, the few who navigated the whirlwind of his existence, provided anchors, though he often seemed determined to drift. Virginia Pepper Potts, his executive assistant, was the bedrock of his professional and increasingly personal life. More than just an employee, she was the meticulous organizer of chaos, the calm voice of reason, the guardian of his schedule, and often his conscience. Her loyalty was unwavering, her competence extraordinary. Yet beneath her professional demeanor lay a deep-seated concern for the man she worked for, and perhaps a quiet frustration with his self-destructive tendencies. She managed Stark Industries' day-to-day operations with a grace Tony himself lacked, shielding him from the mundane while subtly trying to steer him towards responsibility. Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodey Rhodes represented Tony's longest-standing connection to a world beyond corporate intrigue and celebrity. A decorated Air Force officer, Rhodey served as the military liaison to Stark Industries, tasked with bridging the gap between the Pentagon's needs and Stark's innovations. Their friendship was forged in shared history, a bond strong enough to withstand Tony's ego and unpredictability. Rhodey was the voice of military pragmatism, often grounding Tony's flights of fancy with reminders of the real-world applications and implications of his technology. He saw Tony's genius, but also worried about his recklessness, embodying the complex relationship between the military and its chief weapons supplier. And then there was Obadiah Stane, Howard Stark's original partner, the seasoned executive who had stepped in as interim CEO after Howard's death and served as Tony's mentor. Stane projected an image of avuncular stability, the experienced hand guiding the company's fortunes, while Tony generated the flashy headlines. He spoke often of honoring Howard's legacy, positioning himself as the loyal steward of the Stark Empire. To Tony, he was Obi, a familiar, almost paternal figure in a world largely devoid of them. But beneath the veneer of mentorship lurked a deep-seated ambition and a growing resentment towards the prodigal son who seemed to treat his birthright so casually. Stane was the architect of Stark Industries' weapons-focused strategy, a path he felt Tony was jeopardizing with his increasingly erratic public behavior. It was the pursuit of furthering this empire of arms that led Tony Stark, in 2008, to the rugged, unforgiving terrain of Kunar Province, Afghanistan. The purpose of the visit: a live-fire demonstration of Stark Industries' latest technological terror, the Jericho missile system. Presented as the ultimate deterrent, the Jericho was a cluster munition delivery system of unprecedented power, capable of obliterating vast areas with pinpoint accuracy. A weapon designed, Tony quipped, for a single use, because the enemy wouldn't be around for a second. He delivered the sales pitch to skeptical military brass with his usual blend of technical brilliance and showmanship, a performance honed over years, treating the demonstration like just another product launch. Afterwards, eager to escape the dust and heat for the comforts of his private jet, he climbed into the lead Humvee of his military convoy. Sharing a glass of expensive scotch and easy banter with the young soldiers assigned to protect him, he was the picture of detached privilege, momentarily inhabiting their world, but utterly removed from its harsh realities, completely oblivious to the violent irony about to engulf him. The ambush was brutally efficient, devastatingly swift. The convoy, designed to protect the valuable civilian asset, was torn asunder by weapons bearing the very Stark Industries logo they represented. The irony was lethal. Tony Stark, the architect of modern warfare, was being attacked by his own creations, facilitated by unseen hands in the illicit global arms trade he had so profitably supplied. An explosion, likely from a Stark-designed anti-personnel mine, detonated terrifyingly close, the force throwing Tony from the wreckage. He landed hard, the impact stealing his breath, but a sharper, more insidious pain emanated from his chest. Jagged pieces of metal, shrapnel from the bomb casing. His bomb casing had ripped through his inadequate body armor, embedding themselves deep within his torso, dangerously close to his heart. As the world swam in a haze of pain and dust, the last image imprinted on his fading consciousness was the sight of armed figures, faces obscured, converging on his position. They were soldiers of the 10 Rings, a clandestine terrorist network operating in the region, and they knew exactly who they had captured. Consciousness returned not to the antiseptic brightness of a military field hospital, but to the cold, damp, and dimly lit reality of a subterranean prison. Tony Stark, the man who commanded global attention, was now a captive, his life hanging by the most precarious of threads. The immediate danger wasn't his captors, but the shrapnel inching closer to his heart with every beat. His unlikely savior was another prisoner, Dr. Ho Yinsen, a gifted surgeon and engineer from the small village of Gulmira, a village Yinsen would later reveal that had been terrorized and likely decimated using weapons supplied by Stark Industries. In a feat of desperate improvisation, Yinsen had performed surgery under the most primitive conditions, installing a powerful electromagnet scavenged from Stark tech into Tony's chest cavity. Powered by a nearby car battery, it generated a magnetic field just strong enough to halt the deadly inward migration of the shrapnel fragments. It was a lifeline, but also a leash, tethering Tony to a crude power source, a constant, visceral reminder of his captivity and his fragile mortality. Yinsen, a man of quiet dignity and profound loss, became Tony's indispensable companion in the darkness. He tended to Tony's wounds, translated the demands of their captors, and shared the meager rations. More importantly, Yinsen offered a perspective Tony had never encountered. He saw past the billions, the fame, the carefully constructed persona, to the vulnerable man beneath. He challenged Tony's justifications, his worldview built on technological supremacy and willful ignorance. When Tony, perhaps seeking connection or merely stating a fact, revealed his identity, Yinsen's response was devoid of awe, cutting straight to the heart of Tony's existential emptiness. "I know who you are. You are the famous Tony Stark, the man who has everything and nothing." In the shared crucible of the cave, an unlikely bond formed, built on mutual respect for intellect and a shared desire to survive. The 10 Rings organization, under the command of the pragmatic and ruthless Raza, had a specific objective. They hadn't captured Tony Stark for a simple monetary ransom. They wanted his mind, his ability to create weapons. Their demand was explicit: replicate the Jericho missile system for their cause. They provided him with a makeshift laboratory, ironically stocked with a wealth of salvaged Stark Industries components: missiles, guidance systems, armor plating, collected from battlefields across the region, a stark inventory of the death his company had dealt. They believed they were compelling the Merchant of Death to arm them with his most feared weapon. But captivity, the constant proximity to death represented by the device in his chest, and the quiet wisdom of Yinsen had begun a profound internal shift in Tony. Staring into the abyss created by his life's work, seeing firsthand the devastation wrought by his inventions, the old certainties crumbled. He agreed to build the missile, playing for time, needing the resources they offered. But in the secret whispers shared with Yinsen, a different blueprint began to take shape. Not a weapon for his captors, but a vessel for his own salvation. A chance to perhaps undo some of the damage he had caused. The first crucial step was power. The car battery was cumbersome, unreliable. Tony's mind turned to his company's and his father's most ambitious energy project, the arc reactor, a massive experimental device back in Los Angeles capable of generating vast amounts of clean energy. It had been deemed commercially unviable by Stain. But Tony saw its potential miniaturized. With Yinsen's assistance, scavenging palladium cores from Stark missiles and applying his own unparalleled genius under immense pressure, Tony achieved the impossible. He constructed a compact, self-sustaining arc reactor, no larger than his fist, glowing with a cool blue light. Powerful enough to run his heart electromagnet indefinitely, it liberated him from the car battery. And crucially, it possessed enough energy output to power something far more ambitious. With the heart secured, they turned to the body. The construction of the Mark Weight armor was a masterpiece of improvisation, a testament to ingenuity born from desperation. Using salvaged metal plates, actuators from missile fins, fuel pumps, and whatever else they could scrounge or subtly steal, they hammered, welded, and bolted together a suit of armor under the very noses of their guards. It was a hulking, graceless creation, more akin to a walking bunker than the sleek designs Tony favored. The joints were crude, the plating uneven. There were no advanced sensors, no Jarvis interface. This was technology stripped down to its most brutal, functional core. Armed with dual flamethrowers, fueled by siphoned propellant, and a single, unguided rocket motor for propulsion, it was designed for one purpose: to break out. Every weld, every connection was made with the knowledge that failure meant death, not just for Tony, but likely for Yinsen as well. The process was grueling, conducted in stolen moments, fueled by adrenaline and the dwindling hope of freedom. Tony pushed himself relentlessly, the work a distraction from the pain, the fear, and the growing weight of his past actions. Time was running out. Raza's patience wore thin. He sensed deception. The final components of the Mark I were hastily assembled as the deadline loomed. The moment for action, planned in desperate whispers, had arrived. As Tony laboriously climbed into the cumbersome metal shell, the suit's systems slowly whirring to life, powered by the glowing reactor in his chest, Ho Yinsen made his fateful choice. He knew Tony needed time, precious seconds for the suit to reach operational status. With a final look at the man whose life he had saved, a man he perhaps hoped could find redemption, Yinsen grabbed a discarded weapon and charged into the corridor, drawing the attention and the fire of the alerted guards. His sacrifice was instantaneous, brutal, but effective. His final words, shouted back towards Tony amidst the gunfire, would become a haunting refrain, a moral imperative driving Tony for the rest of his life. Stark, don't waste it. Don't waste your life. Fueled by Yinsen's sacrifice and the raw power of the arc reactor, Tony Stark, encased in the Mark 1, became an unstoppable force of chaotic escape. He burst through the workshop wall, a terrifying metal behemoth. The armor, though crude, was impervious to small arms fire. Bullets sparked and whined off its thick plating. He advanced through the tunnels, unleashing streams of fire from the wrist-mounted flamethrowers, incinerating obstacles and scattering guards. He endured heavy weapon impacts, the suit absorbing blows that would have killed an unprotected man. Reaching the central depot, where the 10 rings stockpiled their illicit arsenal, including crates upon crates of Stark Industries weapons, Tony paused amidst his rampage. In a defining act, a first step towards dismantling his former life's work, he systematically destroyed the cache, ensuring these weapons would harm no one else. Then, igniting the single rocket motor on the suit's back, he launched himself in a barely controlled, fiery trajectory out of the mountain stronghold, escaping the darkness of the cave, but carrying its weight within him. The flight was short, violent, ending in a bone-jarring crash, landing miles away in the vast, indifferent emptiness of the Afghan desert. The Mark 1, battered, scorched, and broken, lay half buried in the sand, its purpose fulfilled. Tony Stark, bruised and reeling, dragged himself from the wreckage, breathing free air for the first time in months, but irrevocably altered. The sight of circling American helicopters was a beacon of salvation. His rescue, facilitated by a frantic search effort spearheaded by Rhodey, marked the end of his physical captivity. But as Tony Stark returned to the world of private jets, boardrooms, and flashing cameras, it was clear the man who left was not the man who had returned. The shrapnel remained lodged near his heart, a permanent, physical reminder of his ordeal, its lethal potential held in check only by the glowing blue circle of the arc reactor embedded in his chest, a piece of technology that was both his savior and a symbol of his transformation, a constant hum beneath his ribs signifying his second chance. The cave, Yinsen's sacrifice, the stark confrontation with the deadly consequences of his own inventions. These experiences had burned away the layers of cynicism and indifference, leaving behind a raw sense of responsibility. His return culminated in a press conference that stunned the world. Expected to deliver platitudes about his ordeal and announce a swift return to business as usual, Tony Stark instead delivered a bombshell. Flanked by pepper and a visibly uncomfortable Obadiah Stane, Tony, looking weary but resolute, announced that Stark Industries was getting out of the weapons business, effective immediately. The declaration was met with gasps, then a frenzy of questions. It sent tremors through the stock market, the Pentagon, and the Stark Industries boardroom. Stane, masking his fury behind a strained smile for the cameras, saw decades of strategy, profit, and power threatened by Tony's sudden attack of conscience. Pepper, however, saw something else. The emergence of the man she had always hoped existed beneath the playboy veneer. She supported his decision unequivocally, ready to navigate the corporate storm it unleashed. Rhodey, ever the soldier, respected his friend's harrowing experience, but grappled with the immediate strategic implications, the complex reality of a world reliant, for better or worse, on Stark weaponry. For Tony, it was the first public step in dismantling the legacy of the Merchant of Death. But shutting down the weapons division was only part of his new mission. The cave hadn't just shown him the cost of destruction. It had revealed the potential of his technology for protection. The Mark I, crude as it was, had saved his life. Now, fueled by his arc reactor heart and an obsessive, almost manic energy, Tony locked himself away in his state-of-the-art Malibu workshop overlooking the Pacific. He poured his grief, his guilt, and his genius into refining the concept born in that Afghan cave. Communicating seamlessly with his omnipresent AI, Jarvis, whose calm, British-accented voice provided information, diagnostics, and occasional dry wit, and aided by his less sophisticated but endearing robotic assistants, Dumb-E and You, Tony embarked on building the next generation of armor. The Mark II was a revelation, a stark contrast to its predecessor. Forged from gleaming stainless steel, its lines were sleek, aerodynamic. Gone were the crude flamethrowers, replaced by sophisticated repulsor technology derived directly from the arc reactor. These palm-mounted devices could generate concussive blasts or provide controlled thrust for flight, stabilized by intricate micro-hydraulics and Jarvis-controlled flight surfaces. The initial flight tests were a spectacle of Starkian trial and error. Controlled hovering gave way to exhilarating, near uncontrollable bursts of speed, resulting in property damage and close calls, all meticulously documented by Jarvis. The culmination was a daring, unauthorized flight, pushing the suit's limits, soaring high into the stratosphere, only to discover a critical design flaw. The extreme cold caused the suit's systems to freeze and fail. Plummeting back to Earth, Tony narrowly avoided disaster, Jarvis rebooting systems just in time. The icing problem, as Tony casually noted, needed fixing. Characteristically, Tony didn't just fix the problem. He iterated, improved, and aestheticized. The Mark III was born. Addressing the icing vulnerability required a new alloy, a blend of gold and titanium, strong, resilient, capable of withstanding extreme temperatures. Tony, never one to miss an opportunity for flair, admitted the hot rod red and gold color scheme appealed to his vanity as much as its functionality. The Mark III wasn't just a refinement. It was a fully realized weapons system designed for protection and intervention. He integrated miniaturized missile launchers, enhanced repulsor rays capable of variable intensity, flare dispensers, and sophisticated heads-up display linked directly to Jarvis, providing real-time tactical data. This was no longer just an escape suit. This was the polished, powerful embodiment of his new purpose. This was Ironman. While Tony immersed himself in creation, Obadiah Stane moved deeper into conspiracy. His initial attempts to have Tony removed by the board failed, blocked by Tony's controlling interest and Pepper's staunch defense. Stane's resentment festered, coupled with a growing obsession with the power Tony had created in the cave. Pepper, driven by loyalty and a growing unease about Stane's increasingly obstructive behavior, took a significant risk. Using her intimate knowledge of Stark Industries' systems, she bypassed security protocols and accessed Stane's private files. What she found confirmed her worst fears and revealed the depths of his treachery. Shipping manifests detailing illegal arms transfers to the 10 Rings network, encrypted communications, even grainy video evidence of Stane meeting with Raza's operatives before the attack. Stane hadn't just been complicit, he had orchestrated Tony's capture, hoping the terrorists would eliminate the unpredictable heir. He had then secretly financed the expedition to recover the Mark Wendt wreckage from the desert, tasking his own engineers at Stark Industries' secretive Section 16 with reverse engineering Tony's desperate creation, aiming to build a bigger, more powerful suit for himself. Armed with this devastating knowledge, Pepper attempted to warn Tony, but Stane, realizing his exposure was imminent, moved decisively. He confronted Tony in his lab, dropping all pretense of mentorship. Using a sophisticated sonic device that temporarily paralyzed Tony's nervous system, Stane delivered a chilling monologue, revealing his long-held bitterness and perceived entitlement to the Stark Empire. Then, with cold brutality, he reached into Tony's chest and ripped out the advanced miniature arc reactor, the very heart keeping Tony alive. Leaving his former protege gasping and dying on the floor, Stane departed, the glowing blue reactor in hand, needed to power his own monstrous creation, the Ironmonger suit. Tony Stark was dying again. The electromagnet, now without power, offered no protection. Shrapnel began its deadly crawl. His vision blurred, strength failing. But in a moment of profound, almost accidental significance, Pepper had previously retrieved the original, cruder arc reactor from the lab, the one Tony had replaced, mounting it in a glass display case with the inscription, "Proof that Tony Stark has a heart." It was meant as a sentimental, perhaps ironic, gift. Now, it was his only chance. With the last vestiges of his strength, fueled by sheer will, Tony crawled across the lab floor, shattering the glass, retrieving the older reactor. His fingers fumbled, pain racked his body, but he managed to reconnect the device, its less refined but vital energy surging through him, pushing death back once more. It was at this moment that Rhodey arrived, having been alerted by a panicked Pepper who was fleeing Stain's men with the incriminating data. Seeing Tony near death, the empty cavity in his chest, Rhodey finally understood the truth behind the rumors, the late-night workshop sessions, the bodyguard stories. As Tony, stabilized but weakened, instructed Jarvis to suit him up in the Mark III, Rhodey could only watch, a mix of awe and deep concern on his face. Eyeing the gleaming silver Mark II prototype nearby, he uttered words laced with future promise. "Next time, baby." But this fight belonged to Tony alone. Ironman ignited his repulsors, blasting through the workshop window into the night. A streak of red and gold against the California sky, racing towards a confrontation years in the making. The ensuing confrontation was a brutal ballet of metal and fire, a clash between technological generations and betrayed loyalties. Obadiah Stane, encased in the hulking ironmonger armor, a heavily armed, upscaled version of Tony's Mark I, powered by the stolen advanced arc reactor, was a force of raw destruction. Ironman, sleek and agile but running on the lower output of his older chest piece and already damaged from Stane's initial assault, was forced to rely on speed, tactics, and sheer nerve. The battle erupted from the Stark Industries facility, spilling onto the surrounding streets and freeways. The Ironmonger's arsenal was formidable. Gatling guns shredded asphalt. Missiles obliterated vehicles. Stane fought with a savage glee, discarding any pretense of control, even targeting civilians caught in the crossfire, forcing Tony to divert precious energy and attention to protecting innocent lives. Ironman used his superior maneuverability, dodging, weaving, using the environment to his advantage. But the sheer power difference was telling. Repulsor blasts scored hits, but struggled to penetrate the Monger's thick plating. The fight escalated. culminating on the roof of the main Stark Industries building, directly beneath the enormous experimental arc reactor that powered the entire complex. Tony's Mark III was battered, systems flickering, Jarvis warning of imminent power failure from the older chest reactor. The Ironmonger suit, though damaged, still possessed overwhelming strength. Realizing he couldn't win a direct fight, Tony formulated a desperate, high-risk plan. Communicating with Pepper below, who, having delivered the data to Agent Coulson and his newly arrived SHIELD team, now found herself coordinating the response, Tony instructed her to overload the main arc reactor. He knew the resulting electromagnetic pulse and energy discharge would disable both suits, likely killing Stain, but it carried a tremendous risk to himself, especially with his exposed reactor core. It was a final gamble, placing his trust and his life in Pepper's hands. Hesitantly, then decisively, Pepper initiated the overload sequence. The massive reactor spun faster, bathing the rooftop in an incandescent, terrifying light. Energy arced across the structure. Stain, momentarily triumphant as he pinned the weakened Ironman, roared as the energy surge engulfed his Ironmonger suit, shorting its systems and sending him plummeting into the reactor's core, consumed by the very power source he coveted. Tony, caught near the epicenter of the blast, was thrown violently, his suit sparking and dying. Yet, miraculously, the armor absorbed the brunt of the discharge. The older arc reactor in his chest, perhaps shielded by his body, or simply less susceptible due to its cruder design, flickered, but held. Obadiah Stane, consumed by greed and ambition, was destroyed. Tony Stark, battered but alive, lay amidst the wreckage, the blue glow in his chest, a solitary light in the sudden quiet. In the immediate aftermath, the enigmatic Agent Coulson and his SHIELD team efficiently managed the scene, securing the technology and preparing the official narrative. The public explanation was carefully crafted. The events were the result of a malfunction during the testing of a new Stark Industries security drone, and the mysterious, armored figure, Iron Man, was Tony Stark's personal bodyguard, tragically lost in the incident. Coulson provided Tony with note cards detailing this plausible, if bland, cover story for the inevitable press conference. The world waited, eager for answers, for reassurance, for the return of the familiar Tony Stark. But as Tony stood before the assembled media, the flash bulbs popping, the questions already forming in the reporter's eyes, he held the prepared alibi in his hand and felt its inadequacy. He glanced at Pepper, offering a reassuring nod. He saw Rhodey standing stoically, ready to support whatever came next. He looked at the cards, then out at the sea of faces. The cave, Yinsen, Stain, the armor, It had all led to this moment. Lying felt like a betrayal, not just of the truth, but of the transformation he had undergone. With a faint, almost imperceptible smirk, the last vestige, perhaps, of the old stark bravado, now repurposed, he tossed the cards aside. "Been a while since I was in front of you," he began, his voice carrying easily through the expectant silence. "I figure I'll stick to the cards this time." A beat. He looked down as if searching for the discarded notes, then met the reporter's gaze directly. The decision crystallized. The truth is, he let the anticipation build, a master showman even now, savoring the weight of the revelation, the final, irrevocable step into his new reality. "I am Ironman." The room erupted. With 4 simple words, Tony Stark detonated the conventional wisdom of superhero secrecy. He didn't hide behind a mask or a fabricated identity. He claimed his creation, his actions, his new role, flaws and all, in the full glare of the global spotlight. The Merchant of Death narrative was shattered, replaced by the far more complex, far more compelling reality of the invincible Iron Man. He had dragged himself and the world along with him into a new era, an age of marvels, but also unforeseen perils. His journey of redemption wasn't finished. It was only just beginning. Now, under the relentless scrutiny of the entire planet, returning later that night to the familiar comfort and solitude of his Malibu mansion, Tony Stark might have expected a moment of quiet reflection. Instead, he found the shadows held an unexpected guest. Stepping into the ambient light, revealing a stern face, an eye patch, and an air of quiet authority, was a man who introduced himself as Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury regarded Tony with an unnerving intensity. "I am Iron Man," he repeated Tony's public declaration, his voice low and resonant. "You think you're the only superhero in the world?" Fury's words hung in the air, heavy with implication. "Mr. Stark, you've become part of a bigger universe. You just don't know it yet." He spoke of threats beyond terrestrial understanding, of a need for extraordinary individuals to come together. He mentioned a specific initiative, a name that would soon echo across the globe. "I'm here to talk to you about the Avenger Initiative." The world Tony Stark knew had irrevocably changed the moment he donned the armor. Now, he was learning that the universe itself was far vaster, stranger, and more dangerous than he had ever conceived. His armor had saved his life, but the path ahead, the path of an Avenger, would demand far more than just technological brilliance. It would require him to face not only external threats, but the ongoing battle within himself, the continuous forging of the hero within the iron shell. The world now knew. With 4 audacious words, "I am Iron Man," Tony Stark had rewritten the rules of heroism, discarding the veil of secrecy that had defined masked protectors for generations. He hadn't just revealed an identity. He had merged the man and the machine in the full glare of the public eye. The immediate aftermath was a whirlwind. Iron Man became a global phenomenon, a symbol of American ingenuity and power, credited with ushering in an unprecedented period of relative peace. Nations previously reliant on Stark weapons found their stockpiles obsolete, their conflicts cooled by the presence of an independent, technologically superior force capable of intervening anywhere, anytime. Tony, never one to shy away from the spotlight, leaned into his newfound status, basking in the adoration, the celebrity, the sheer coolness of being a real-life superhero. He resurrected his father's vision, the Stark Expo, a year-long World's Fair celebrating technology and innovation, positioning himself and Iron Man at its very center. It was a platform for his ego, yes, but also, perhaps, a genuine attempt to steer the world towards a brighter, technologically advanced future, albeit one heavily branded by Stark Industries. He was, by his own estimation, stabilizing the world, privatizing world peace. He was Iron Man, the untouchable guardian. But this unilateral declaration of power did not sit well with everyone, least of all the United States government. The Senate Armed Services Committee, led by a pointedly named Senator Stern, convened hearings demanding that Tony Stark turn over the Iron Man suit technology. Their argument was framed in terms of national security. The suit, they contended, was a weapon, potentially the most advanced weapon on Earth, and its existence outside government control represented a threat. They feared proliferation. What if the technology fell into the wrong hands? What if America's enemies developed similar capabilities? Tony's charismatic defiance was on full display during the hearings. He argued with characteristic wit and arrogance that the suit was under control, his control. He scoffed at the notion that other nations were anywhere close to replicating his technology, projecting an air of absolute confidence while simultaneously, and perhaps deliberately, humiliating his chief competitor, Justin Hammer, head of Hammer Industries, who attempted to present his company's vastly inferior armored suit prototypes. Yet, beneath the bravado, the expo launch, the senatorial showdowns, a secret, insidious threat was consuming Tony Stark from within. the very device keeping him alive, the miniature arc reactor embedded in his chest, was slowly poisoning him. The palladium core, essential for the reactor's function, was leaching toxins into his bloodstream. The readings were undeniable, the diagnosis grim. Palladium toxicity, progressive, and ultimately fatal. The technology that had saved his life, that powered the armor protecting the world, was now his executioner. He kept this diagnosis a secret, sharing it with no one. Not Pepper, not Rhodey, not even Jarvis initially, though the AI undoubtedly monitored his vital signs. Faced with his own impending mortality, a clock ticking down far more definitively than any terrorist threat, Tony's behavior became increasingly erratic, self-destructive. The carefully constructed confidence began to crack, replaced by a desperate, almost frantic hedonism mixed with a poignant desire to solidify his legacy. If he was dying, he would go out on his own terms, leaving an indelible mark. This recklessness manifested spectacularly at the historic Monaco Grand Prix. In a move that stunned his team and delighted the press, Tony impulsively decided to drive the Stark-sponsored Formula One car himself, inserting himself into the high-octane race. It was a thrill-seeking gesture, a billionaire playing race car driver. But the glamour and speed were violently interrupted. Emerging onto the track amidst the speeding cars was a figure radiating menace, Ivan Vanko. Clad in a stripped-down exoskeleton powered by his own crude arc reactor, Vanko wielded devastating electroplasma whips. He sliced through race cars with contemptuous ease, targeting Tony specifically. This was not a random attack. It was personal, deeply rooted in a hidden history connecting their fathers. Anton Vanko, Ivan's father, had been Howard Stark's partner in the original arc reactor research back in the Soviet Union. Accused of espionage and seeking profit, Anton was deported, disgraced, dying penniless and bitter in Russia, leaving Ivan with a legacy of perceived betrayal and a burning desire for revenge against the Stark name. Ivan, a brilliant physicist and engineer in his own right, had replicated the arc reactor technology from his father's old blueprints, channeling its power into his deadly whiplash armor. Trapped in the wreckage of his race car, Tony was vulnerable. Only the quick thinking of his driver and bodyguard, Happy Hogan and Pepper Potts, who rushed onto the track with the Mark V armor, a portable, rapidly deployable briefcase suit designed for emergencies, saved him. The ensuing fight was brief, but brutal. The Mark V, though less powerful than the standard suits, allowed Tony to neutralize Vanko, the raw energy of the whips clashing against the repulsor technology. Vanko was apprehended, whispering a chilling phrase to Tony as he was taken away. "You come from a family of thieves and butchers, and like all guilty men, you try to rewrite your history." He also revealed a vulnerability Tony hadn't considered. Palladium cores could be overloaded. The Monaco attack forced Tony to confront the hidden aspects of his father's past and the potential vulnerabilities of his own technology. He discovered the truth about Anton Vanko's partnership with Howard and his subsequent disgrace. Meanwhile, Ivan Vanko didn't remain imprisoned for long. Justin Hammer, seeing an opportunity to finally surpass Tony Stark, orchestrated Vanko's escape, faking his death. Hammer brought Vanko to Hammer Industries, hoping the Russian physicist could help him perfect his own line of armored suits, the Hammer drones intended for the US military. Hammer envisioned Vanko as his weapon-designing savant. Vanko, however, saw Hammer merely as a pawn, a means to acquire resources for his ultimate revenge against Tony Stark, manipulating Hammer's ambition and vanity. As Vanko plotted and Hammer schemed, Tony's condition worsened. Believing his death was imminent, he descended further into reckless behavior. His birthday party became a notorious spectacle of excess. Drunk, despondent, and clad in the Ironman armor, he treated the suit like a toy, firing repulsor blasts at watermelons, endangering his guests, alienating those closest to him. Pepper, whom Tony had recently promoted to CEO of Stark Industries, in a move that seemed both protective and avoidant, watched in horror, unable to reach the man spiraling out of control. The breaking point came with the arrival of Rhodey. Witnessing Tony's dangerous antics, his disregard for the power he wielded, and frustrated by Tony's refusal to hand over even one suit to the military for responsible oversight, Rhodey made a difficult decision. He descended into Tony's workshop and donned the silver Mark II prototype armor. The suit Tony had shelved after the icing incident, the one Rhodey had eyed before. What followed was not a battle against a villain, but a destructive, heartbreaking brawl between best friends. Two Iron Men, fueled by alcohol, resentment, and deeply conflicting views on responsibility, tore through Tony's luxurious mansion. Repulsor blasts exchanged, furniture shattered, priceless art destroyed. It was a physical manifestation of their fractured relationship and Tony's internal chaos. The fight ended in a stalemate, a destructive draw that left the mansion in ruins and their friendship severely damaged. Rhodey, disgusted and resolute, flew off in the Mark II armor, delivering it directly to the U.S. Air Force at Edwards Air Force Base. His loyalty to his country and his belief that the armor needed responsible oversight finally outweighed his loyalty to his spiraling friend. The morning after found Tony nursing a hangover and deep regret, sitting morosely inside the giant donut sign of Randy's Donuts. It was here that Nick Fury chose to intervene more directly. Accompanied by Agent Natasha Romanoff, who had been working undercover as Tony's new assistant, Natalie Rushman, monitoring his health and activities for S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury confronted Tony about his self-destruction. He revealed Natasha's true identity and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s awareness of Tony's palladium poisoning. Fury wasn't just there to chastise. He was there to offer a potential lifeline, albeit one wrapped in stark family history. Confining Tony temporarily to his home under S.H.I.E.L.D. supervision, with Agent Coulson assigned to babysit, Fury provided Tony with a trunk full of his father's old research materials, film reels, notebooks, blueprints, suggesting that Howard Stark might have anticipated the limitations of palladium and foreseen the need for a cleaner, more sustainable energy source. Howard, Fury implied, might have embedded the solution to Tony's current crisis within his past work, possibly linked to the original arc reactor research. Fury also revealed a crucial piece of information. Anton Vanko hadn't been deported solely for trying to profit. Howard Stark had him removed because Anton wanted to weaponize the arc reactor technology, a path Howard refused to take. This added another layer to the Vanko vendetta. It wasn't just about stolen glory, but ideological conflict. Immersing himself in his father's work became Tony's new obsession, a desperate search for a cure fueled by Fury's cryptic clues. He pored over old film reels, deciphering cryptic notes, wrestling with the complex legacy of a man he loved, resented, and barely understood. A key breakthrough came from studying the original 1974 Stark Expo diorama, a miniature model of the fairgrounds his father had designed. Hidden within the layout, Tony realized, was not just a plan for the expo, but the atomic structure of a new, undiscovered element, stable, non-toxic, and theoretically capable of powering the arc reactor without poisoning its user. Howard Stark, limited by the technology of his time, couldn't synthesize this element, but he had encoded its existence, leaving it as a message for the future, a message for his son. In one particularly poignant discovery, Tony unearthed an old film reel where Howard, speaking seemingly to the camera for a time capsule or archive, addressed his son directly. Dropping the public persona, Howard expressed his frustrations, his hopes, and ultimately his profound belief in Tony, calling him his greatest creation. It was a moment of unexpected emotional connection across time, offering Tony a glimpse of the father behind the legend, a father who believed Tony was destined for more than just weapons manufacturing. It provided the final piece of motivation Tony needed, guided by his father's hidden blueprint and his own genius. Tony set about achieving what Howard could not. He transformed his Malibu workshop, already a high-tech haven, into a makeshift particle accelerator laboratory. Using salvaged equipment, guided by Jarvis's calculations, and applying considerable brute force, including smashing through walls and using Captain America's prototype shield, left behind by Coulson to level a critical piece of equipment. Tony constructed the apparatus needed to synthesize the new element. The process was fraught with risk, pushing the limits of his resources and the structural integrity of his home. But finally, amidst flashing lights and humming machinery, a beam of energy stabilized, coalescing into a glowing, vibrant new substance. He had created it. He quickly fashioned a new housing for the element, forging a redesigned triangular arc reactor for his chest. Installing it, he felt the toxic effects of the palladium recede, replaced by clean, powerful energy. He was renewed, physically and perhaps mentally, armed with a solution born from his father's foresight and his own desperate ingenuity. This rebirth came not a moment too soon. The Stark Expo was in full swing, and Justin Hammer prepared for his moment of triumph. On the main stage, he unveiled his Hammer drones, Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marine variants, supposedly the answer to the government's desire for Ironman technology, alongside a heavily weaponized version of the Mark II armor, now painted in gunmetal gray and bristling with Hammer Tech ordnance, dubbed War Machine, and piloted by Rhodey. Hammer believed he was showcasing the future of American defense, controlled by him. But he had fatally underestimated Ivan Vanko. From a hidden location, Vanko, who had secretly programmed the drone's operating systems while pretending to work for Hammer, activated his override protocols. Simultaneously, he remotely seized control of the War Machine armor, locking Rhodey out. The drones, along with War Machine, turned on the crowd and targeted Iron Man, who arrived just as chaos erupted. Hammer's moment of glory turned into a public relations nightmare and a terrifying display of Vanko's control. Donning his latest suit, the Mark VI, powered by his new triangular reactor, Tony engaged the hijacked drones and his own friend trapped inside the War Machine armor. The battle raged across the expo grounds amidst panicked crowds and collapsing structures. While Iron Man dealt with the immediate aerial threat, Natasha Romanoff, aided by Happy Hogan, infiltrated Hammer Industries headquarters, fighting through security to reach Vanko's control center and attempting to reboot the War Machine suit, giving Rhodey back control. Natasha successfully rebooted War Machine, freeing Rhodey to fight alongside Tony. The two Iron Men, their personal conflict momentarily set aside, formed a formidable team, systematically destroying the remaining Hammer drones in a spectacular display of aerial combat and coordinated firepower. Their reconciliation was unspoken, forged in the heat of battle. But the fight wasn't over. Ivan Vanko arrived on the scene, encased in his own powerful, fully enclosed Whiplash Mark II armor, complete with enhanced whips and devastating energy output. He engaged both Iron Man and War Machine, seeking his final revenge. The battle was intense, pushing both heroes to their limits. Realizing they needed a decisive blow, Tony instructed Rhodey to fire their repulsors simultaneously, crossing the streams. The resulting combined energy blast overwhelmed Vanko's suit. Defeated but defiant, Vanko activated the self-destruct sequence on his suit and all the destroyed drones, attempting a final suicidal attack. Tony grabbed Rhodey, flying them both clear, just as a series of massive explosions ripped through the expo grounds. Ivan Vanko, consumed by his lifelong quest for vengeance, was obliterated. Justin Hammer was subsequently arrested, his company disgraced. In the aftermath, amidst the wreckage of the Stark Expo, Tony and Pepper shared a quiet moment on a rooftop. The near-death experiences, the secrets, the reckless behavior, all seemed to fall away. He had faced his mortality, confronted his father's legacy, and found a way forward, both technologically and emotionally. Their kiss signaled a reconciliation, a deeper understanding forged through crisis. Later, Tony and Rhodey, both publicly hailed as heroes, received medals for their actions. The animosity between them had faded, replaced by a renewed respect and the shared experience of combat. Rhodey would continue to serve as War Machine, now under direct military control, providing a bridge between Stark's world and the government's needs. Life had found a new, albeit Stark-centric, equilibrium. He was perfecting the Mark VII armor, incorporating advanced deployment systems and enhanced flight capabilities. He was investing in clean energy, reshaping his company's image. He believed, perhaps naively, that he had the world's major threats contained, or at least manageable under his watch. The concept of a bigger universe, mentioned by Nick Fury, remained an abstract notion, a potential future concern, rather than an imminent reality. Tony Stark, having faced down terrorists, corporate rivals, and his own mortality, felt reasonably secure within the parameters of the world he knew, a world he felt he now helped protect. That sense of security was about to be shattered by forces beyond his comprehension. Deep within a secure SHIELD research facility, scientists, including Dr. Eric Selvig, were studying an object of immense otherworldly power, the Tesseract. Unbeknownst to most, this glowing blue cube was an infinity stone, a relic of cosmic creation, possessing near limitless energy. Its activation, however, served as a beacon, opening a doorway across space. Through this shimmering portal stepped Loki, the disgraced Asgardian prince, brother of Thor, wielding a scepter gifted to him by a mysterious benefactor, later revealed to be Thanos, the Mad Titan. Loki, driven by resentment and a lust for power, sought to conquer Earth and claim the Tesseract for his new master. With chilling efficiency, Loki used the scepter's mind-controlling influence to enslave Dr. Selvig and SHIELD's master archer, Agent Clint Barton, known as Hawkeye. He decimated the facility, overwhelmed SHIELD forces, and escaped with the Tesseract, leaving a trail of destruction and setting in motion a global crisis. The theft of the Tesseract and the compromise of key personnel, including Hawkeye, forced Nick Fury's hand. The worst-case scenario was unfolding. An alien invasion threat powered by an artifact SHIELD itself had been studying, partly as a deterrent against potential extraterrestrial hostility. It was time. The Avengers Initiative, a project born from the idea that a group of remarkable individuals could come together to fight the battles no single hero could, was officially activated. Agent Phil Coulson, Fury's loyal right hand, was dispatched on the crucial recruitment drive. His first stop, Stark Tower. Coulson found Tony and Pepper finalizing plans for the tower, engaged in their typical rapid-fire banter. Coulson, ever the calm professional amidst Stark's playful condescension, presented Tony with the situation, not as a request, but as a consultation mandated by his agreement with SHIELD. He laid out the data files on Loki, the Tesseract, and the other potential recruits. Dr. Bruce Banner, the brilliant scientist cursed with transforming into the rage-fueled Hulk. Steve Rogers, the legendary Captain America, recently thawed from decades frozen in ice. And Thor, the Asgardian god of thunder, Loki's own brother, whose previous appearance in New Mexico had alerted SHIELD to Asgardian existence. Tony's initial reaction was characteristic: skepticism masked by arrogance. He scanned the files, making dismissive remarks about the man out of time, the incredible rage monster, and the Asgardian mythology he barely believed. He questioned SHIELD's handling of the Tesseract, needling Coulson about their own role in escalating the situation by attempting to harness its power, possibly for weapons development, Phase 2, as hinted files suggested. Yet, beneath the cynicism, the sheer scale of the threat. The reality of an alien invasion spearheaded by a figure wielding cosmic power began to register. The data was alarming, the stakes clearly immense. The name Steve Rogers, Captain America, particularly caught his attention. This was the legend his father, Howard, had worked alongside. A figure Howard had spoken of, perhaps contributing to Tony's complex feelings about his father's legacy and the expectations placed upon him. Reluctantly, more out of curiosity and a desire to be at the center of the action than any immediate sense of teamwork, Tony agreed to consult. His arrival on the Shield helicarrier, a colossal flying aircraft carrier revealed rising from the ocean, was pure Tony Stark. Landing the Ironman suit dramatically on the deck. Inside, the assembly of heroes began. Tony quickly struck up a rapport with Dr. Bruce Banner, finding common ground in their scientific brilliance, albeit approaching Banner's condition with a potentially reckless curiosity. His meeting with Steve Rogers, however, was instantly fractious. Tony represented everything Steve Rogers inherently distrusted: inherited wealth, unchecked ego, a flippant disregard for authority, and a reliance on technology over innate character. Steve, in turn, embodied a sense of duty, self-sacrifice, and straightforward morality that Tony found naive, old-fashioned, and slightly irritating. Their initial exchanges were sharp, laced with ideological barbs. Steve questioned Tony's motives, seeing only a merchant of death playing hero in a fancy suit. Tony mocked Steve's idealism, calling him a lab experiment, and dismissing his relevance in the modern world. "Everything special about you came out of a bottle," Tony jabbed, hitting a nerve. Steve retorted, "Big man in a suit of armor. Take that off. What are you?" Tony's famous reply, genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, only highlighted the chasm between their worldviews. It was a clash of generations, of philosophies, of personalities, orchestrated, perhaps intentionally by fury, to forge something stronger from the friction. The first test of this nascent team came quickly. Loki surfaced in Stuttgart, Germany, demanding subjugation from a terrified crowd. Captain America engaged him first, their fight a classic matchup of shield versus scepter. Ironman arrived shortly after, blasting Loki with repulsors before the situation escalated further with the dramatic, thunderous arrival of Thor, who promptly seized his brother and flew off, intending to handle the matter as Asgardian business. What followed was an impromptu, chaotic confrontation in a dark forest. Believing Loki needed to face terrestrial justice for his actions, Iron Man pursued Thor. Captain America, dropped nearby, intervened, attempting to de-escalate. The result was a spectacular, if counterproductive, brawl. Ironman versus Thor versus Captain America. Hammer blows met repulsor rays. The vibranium shield absorbed lightning. It was a clash of immense power, driven by misunderstanding and ego, showcasing the raw potential of the individuals, but the utter dysfunction of the group. Only when they paused, realizing the absurdity of fighting each other while the real threat remained, did they reluctantly agree to bring Loki back to the helicarrier. With Loki seemingly contained in a state-of-the-art cell designed originally for the Hulk, the divisions within the team festered. Gathered around a lab table on the helicarrier's bridge, old arguments resurfaced, fueled by Loki's subtle manipulations from his cage. Tony, ever suspicious, hacked into S.H.I.E.L.D's secure files, uncovering the truth about Phase 2. S.H.I.E.L.D. was attempting to create weapons based on Tesseract technology, justifying it as a necessary response to threats like Thor's arrival. This revelation fractured the fragile trust within the group. Steve felt betrayed by Fury's secrecy and the weaponization program, seeing it as a dangerous escalation mirroring the forces he fought against in World War II. Tony accused S.H.I.E.L.D. of hypocrisy, pointing out they were doing exactly what they condemned him for. Thor felt his trust in S.H.I.E.L.D., earned during his previous Earth visit, was misplaced. Bruce Banner grew increasingly agitated, the rising tension and the proximity to the Tesseract energy threatening to unleash the Hulk. Loki watched it all unfold, his plan to sow discord working perfectly. He preyed on their fears, their egos, their suspicions, turning them against each other. It was precisely at this moment of internal collapse that Loki's external plan kicked in. Mind-controlled agents, led by Hawkeye, launched a devastating assault on the helicarrier. Explosions ripped through the ship, disabling engines, plunging the bridge into chaos. The attack forced Banner over the edge, unleashing the Hulk, who rampaged through the ship, battling Thor before falling to Earth. Amidst the turmoil, Tony and Steve were forced into an unlikely partnership. One of the carrier's massive turbine engines had failed. Without it, the ship would fall from the sky. Putting aside their animosity, they combined Stark's technical know-how and Rogers' tactical thinking and sheer strength to manually restart the damaged rotor. It was a small moment of grudging respect, a glimpse of the potential synergy they possessed. But elsewhere on the ship, tragedy struck. Agent Phil Coulson, the steadfast S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who had connected with each of them, made a stand against Loki, who had escaped his cell during the chaos. Armed with an advanced energy weapon derived from the Asgardian destroyer armor, Coulson confronted the trickster god, only to be fatally impaled from behind by Loki's scepter. Coulson's death became the catalyst Fury needed. Addressing the fractured, grieving heroes, Fury spoke of Coulson's belief in the idea of the Avengers, his unwavering faith that they could overcome their differences. He produced Coulson's treasured, slightly blood-stained vintage Captain America trading cards, emphasizing the human cost of Loki's invasion. He died believing in heroes, Fury stated plainly. The manipulation was clear, perhaps even necessary. For Tony, who had developed a grudging affection for the persistent agent, Coulson's death cut through the cynicism. The threat was no longer abstract. The stakes no longer just about bruised egos or government secrets. It was real. People were dying. He saw the resolve harden in Steve's eyes, the quiet determination in Natasha Romanoff, and the newly freed Hawkeye. The consultant role was insufficient. The time for argument was over. It was time to suit up. Not for show, not for ego, but because the world needed Iron Man. And maybe, just maybe, Iron Man needed the Avengers. As the remaining Avengers raced towards New York, Loki stood atop Stark Tower, his plan reaching its climax. Using the Tesseract integrated into a device designed by the enslaved Dr. Selvig, Loki opened a swirling blue wormhole in the sky above Manhattan. From this tear in space, a horrifying alien armada began to pour forth. The Chitauri, a cybernetically enhanced reptilian race serving Thanos, riding on swift skimmers and commanding colossal, whale-like troop carriers known as Leviathans. The invasion of Earth had begun. Iron Man, utilizing the advanced deployment capabilities of his Mark VII suit, launched mid-flight from a Stark jet, was the first Avenger to arrive, immediately engaging the vanguard of the Chitauri forces, his repulsors flashing against the alien onslaught. The Battle of New York was chaos incarnate, a desperate defense against overwhelming odds. The newly formed Avengers, despite their earlier friction, fell into a surprisingly effective rhythm on the battlefield. Iron Man became the tip of the spear, his flight and firepower essential for controlling the skies and tackling the largest threats. He weaved through skyscrapers, blasting Chitauri skimmers, his movements guided by Jarvis's tactical analysis. He faced down the terrifying Leviathans, discovering their armored hides were vulnerable to concentrated firepower directed at specific points, even flying directly into one's mouth to destroy it from within. He had a brief, defiant confrontation with Loki atop the tower, exchanging barbs before being thrown from the building, only to have his suit auto-deploy and save him. He relayed enemy positions to Captain America, who expertly directed the ground forces. Hawkeye providing pinpoint archery support from rooftops. Black Widow battling aliens street by street while working to close the portal. Thor bringing down thunder and lightning. And the Hulk smashing. There were moments of pure synergy. Tony using Cap's shield to redirect a repulsor blast, Thor charging Ironman's suit with lightning for a supercharged attack. They were, against all odds, becoming a team, but the tide of the invasion seemed endless. The Chitauri kept pouring through the portal, watching the devastation unfold from afar. The shadowy figures of the World Security Council, Fury's superiors, lost their nerve. Overruling Fury's desperate protests that the Avengers could contain the threat and close the portal, they authorized a nuclear strike against Manhattan, believing sacrificing the city was the only way to stop the invasion from spreading globally. A fighter jet launched, streaking towards New York with a nuclear payload. Fury alerted Tony, knowing Iron Man was the only one fast enough, powerful enough, to potentially intercept it. Intercepting the missile high above the city, Tony Stark faced an impossible choice. Let it detonate, destroying the invasion, but also obliterating millions of innocent lives? Or attempt something else, something drastic, something likely suicidal? He looked at the swirling blue portal, the source of the invasion. He knew Black Widow was close to closing it using Loki's scepter. But there wasn't enough time. The missile was armed, and moments from impact. Jarvis calmly reported rapidly dwindling power reserves and the inability of the suit to survive the vacuum of space, let alone re-entry. In that critical moment, perhaps remembering Yinsen's plea, "Don't waste your life," Tony made the call. He put Pepper on the line, a call she missed, leaving only the sound of the connection cutting out as he made his ascent. Grabbing the missile, he changed its trajectory, pushing it upwards towards the wormhole. He flew into the maw of the portal, pushing the nuclear payload ahead of him. The transition was instantaneous. The cacophony of battle was replaced by the dead, utter silence of space. Before him lay a terrifying vista, the heart of the Chitauri invasion fleet, a colossal command ship orbited by countless warships, a scale of threat far beyond anything he had imagined. As the missile continued its trajectory towards the command vessel, Tony's suit, battered and depleted, finally gave out. Systems failed. Life support ceased. Power drained completely. Lifeless, adrift in the alien void, Tony Stark let go, beginning to fall back towards the rapidly shrinking portal. Behind him, the nuke struck the command ship, detonating in a silent, blinding flash. On Earth, the Chitauri forces, linked to their command structure, instantly collapsed, falling inert. As Black Widow slammed Loki's scepter into the Tesseract device, the portal shimmered and began to close. Iron Man, a tiny, inert figure, tumbled through just as it snapped shut, plummeting towards the streets of New York, far below. He was saved, improbably, by the Hulk, who leaped from a building, caught the falling suit, and cushioned the landing with a controlled skid. The Avengers gathered around their fallen comrade, the suit's faceplate open, revealing Tony's still, pale face. For a tense moment, they feared the worst. Thor prepared to restart his heart. Cap checked for breath. Then, with a primal roar, born perhaps of relief or simple hulkness, the green giant startled Tony awake. Gasping, his eyes wide with the residual terror of the void, Tony's first conscious thought, after glimpsing the faces of his teammates, was characteristically mundane, breaking the tension. "Please tell me nobody kissed me. We should get shawarma. I know a place." The aftermath saw the exhausted Avengers sharing a strangely quiet meal amidst the city's wreckage. A moment of surreal normalcy after cosmic chaos. Loki was subdued, muzzled, and escorted back to Asgard by Thor, along with the contained Tesseract. The team, having fulfilled its purpose, disbanded, returning to their separate lives, forever bonded by the battle they had shared. Tony returned to Pepper, overseeing the rebuilding of Stark Tower and the city he had helped save. He had faced down gods and aliens, stared into the abyss of space, and made a sacrifice play that should have killed him. He had proven Steve Rogers wrong. There was indeed more to him than just the suit, but the experience left an indelible mark. He had seen the vastness of the threats lurking beyond Earth, the vulnerability of his world. The armor, once a symbol of power and control, now felt like a necessary shield against existential dread. Victory in the Battle of New York was celebrated globally. The Avengers were hailed as saviors, Earth's mightiest heroes who had repelled an alien invasion. Monuments were planned, parades marched. But for Tony Stark, the man inside the Ironman suit, the triumph was hollowed out by terror. The wormhole hadn't just been a doorway for the Chitauri. It had been a window into an abyss, revealing the sheer, terrifying scale of cosmic threats the Earth was utterly unprepared for. He had stared into the void, felt the icy grip of death in the silence of space, and carried the weight of a nuclear weapon meant to sacrifice his city. The experience had fractured something deep within him. While the world saw the confident hero, Tony privately wrestled with crippling anxiety and severe post-traumatic stress. Sleep offered little respite, haunted by nightmares of falling endlessly through space, of alien hordes overwhelming him. During waking hours, debilitating anxiety attacks could strike without warning, triggered by mentions of New York, aliens, or even just the feeling of helplessness. His sanctuary became his workshop, the familiar clang of metal and the hum of technology his only solace. He poured his fear, his insomnia, his obsessive need for control into his work, building suit after suit after suit. The Iron Legion, as it would become known, began to take shape. Dozens of specialized armors, each designed for a specific scenario, all capable of remote operation via Jarvis. It was less innovation and more compulsion, an attempt to armor the world and himself against the unseen horrors he now knew existed. He built constantly, tinkering, upgrading, iterating, unable to stop, neglecting his health, his company, and even his relationship with Pepper Potts. Pepper, now living with Tony in his technologically advanced Malibu mansion, bore witness to his struggles with growing concern. The charming, albeit frustrating, man she loved was replaced by a haunted, obsessive figure, prone to lashing out, retreating into his work, and keeping her at arm's length emotionally. The armor, once a symbol of his redemption, now seemed like a cage he was building around himself. Their relationship, once solidified by crisis, became strained under the weight of his untreated trauma. Into this atmosphere of global unease and Tony's personal turmoil stepped a new, terrifying figure, the Mandarin. Through cryptic, globally broadcast propaganda videos, this mysterious terrorist leader claimed responsibility for a series of devastating, seemingly untraceable bombings across the world. Borrowing iconography from various cultures and historical conflicts, speaking with a manufactured, unsettling accent, the Mandarin presented himself as a righteous teacher, punishing the arrogance and corruption of the West, particularly the United States. His methods were baffling. Bombings that left no trace of conventional explosives, only intense heat and eerie shadows burned onto walls. He evoked fear, confusion, and a sense of pervasive threat, tapping into anxieties lingering from the Chitauri invasion. The 10 rings symbol, last seen during Tony's capture in Afghanistan, reappeared, linking the Mandarin to the organization that had inadvertently set Tony on his heroic path. The key to understanding the Mandarin's attacks, though no one yet realized it, lay years in the past, intertwined with Tony Stark's own history of careless arrogance. New Year's Eve, 1999. Bern, Switzerland. A younger, brasher Tony, attending a scientific conference, was approached by 2 ambitious scientists. One was Maya Hansen, a brilliant botanist developing extremis, a revolutionary genetic therapy designed to recode the human body's repair system, potentially allowing for limb regeneration and enhanced physical abilities. Tony, intrigued by her intellect and her, engaged with her ideas. The other scientist was Aldrich Killian, awkward, physically disabled, desperate for Stark's backing for his fledgling think tank, Advanced Idea Mechanics, or AIM. Killian pitched his radical concepts with fervent belief. Tony, dismissive and preoccupied, casually told Killian he'd meet him on the rooftop later to discuss it, a promise he promptly forgot, leaving Killian waiting alone and humiliated in the cold as the new millennium dawned. This casual act of rejection planted a seed of deep-seated resentment in Killian, a burning desire to prove himself superior to the man who had snubbed him. In the present, Happy Hogan, fiercely loyal and now serving as Stark Industries' meticulous head of security, grew suspicious about the Mandarin bombings. He noticed inconsistencies, particularly concerning an associate of Aldrich Killian, Eric Saven, who seemed connected to one of the attack sites. Happy, driven by his protective instincts towards Tony and Pepper, began his own investigation, tracking Saven to the TCL Chinese Theater in Los Angeles. There, he witnessed Saven exchange a briefcase with another man who subsequently exhibited signs of extreme overheating before violently exploding, mimicking the Mandarin's attacks. Happy intervened, attempting to apprehend Saven, but was caught in the devastating blast. Critically injured, Happy Hogan fell into a coma, his life hanging in the balance. Happy's injury shattered Tony's self-imposed isolation. The attack wasn't distant news anymore. It had struck his inner circle, injuring one of his oldest friends. Standing vigil at Happy's bedside, Tony was consumed by guilt and rage. Facing the scrum of media camped outside the hospital, his grief and anger boiled over. Throwing caution, strategy, and common sense to the wind, Tony Stark issued a direct, personal challenge to the Mandarin. He denounced him, mocked him, and in a moment of pure, unadulterated, Stark recklessness, publicly broadcast his home address, 188 Malibu Point, daring the Mandarin to face him. It was a raw, emotional outburst, but also a catastrophic tactical error, painting a giant target on his own home. The response was swift and brutal. Aldrich Killian, operating behind the Mandarin facade, dispatched helicopter gunships armed with Stark-level ordnance. The attack on Tony's cliffside mansion was relentless, overwhelming Jarvis's defenses. Missiles tore through the structure, shattering glass, collapsing floors. Amidst the chaos, Tony's primary concern was Pepper. he remotely commanded his newest suit, the experimental Mark 42, designed with autonomous prehensile propulsion, allowing pieces to fly to him individually, to assemble around Pepper, shielding her from the onslaught. As the mansion crumbled around them, Tony managed to get himself partially encased in the Mark 42, just as the floor gave way, plunging the house, the workshop, the suits, his entire life into the churning Pacific Ocean below. He lost contact with Pepper, seeing only the armor protecting her falling into the debris. Buried underwater, suit malfunctioning, Tony barely escaped. Jarvis enacting a pre-programmed flight plan to a remote location based on Tony's earlier investigation into the Mandarin bombings before the suit's power failed completely. Tony awoke not in sunny California, but in the snowy landscape of rural Rose Hill, Tennessee. The Mark 42 had crash-landed, its power depleted, systems offline. Jarvis was inaccessible. Tony Stark, the genius billionaire, was stranded miles from civilization, without resources, without his advanced technology, dragging a dead, multi-million-dollar suit of armor through the snow. He was stripped bare, forced back into a situation reminiscent of the Afghan cave, relying solely on his intellect and resourcefulness to survive and find answers. He found temporary shelter in the garage of a local family, the cold reality of his vulnerability setting in. It was here he encountered Harley Keener, a precocious, tech-savvy young boy living with his single mother. Harley, initially starstruck, then quickly unimpressed by the broken billionaire in his garage, became Tony's unlikely ally. Their relationship started with banter and bargaining. Harley offered help and shelter in exchange for tech upgrades, but evolved into something more akin to a reluctant mentorship. Harley's resilience, his own experiences with an absent father, and his straightforward observations pierced Tony's defenses. Working together in the cluttered garage, using basic tools and Harley's local knowledge, Tony began rudimentary repairs on the Mark 42, drawing power from car batteries, just as he had done years ago. He also started piecing together the puzzle of the bombings, realizing the explosions weren't bombs at all, but unstable human subjects superheated by the extremist bioenhancement. Harley, in his own way, helped Tony reconnect with the core of his identity, not Ironman, the superhero, but Tony Stark, the mechanic, the inventor. Using Harley's help, Tony investigated the site of a local bombing, finding evidence confirming his extremist theory. Melted dog tags, extreme heat signatures, no bomb fragments. He discovered that former soldiers, injured and desperate, were being recruited by Killian's AIM, experimented on with extremists, and turned into weapons. The unstable subjects who couldn't regulate the volatile energy within them became the unwitting suicide bombers, their deaths attributed to the Mandarin. Tony managed to get a brief, charged call through to Rhodey, now operating as the Iron Patriot, his war machine armor repainted in patriotic red, white, and blue, serving directly under the president's command. Rhodey was pursuing his own leads, tracking the Mandarin's broadcast signals, unaware of the deeper conspiracy involving Killian and extremists. Their brief conversation highlighted the separate paths they were on, both hunting the same phantom. Following leads gathered in Tennessee, Tony, using makeshift gadgets cobbled together from a hardware store, stun gloves, repulsor-like devices, reconnaissance tools, infiltrated the lavish Miami compound supposedly housing the Mandarin. What he found was not a terrorist mastermind, but a washed-up, drug-addled British actor named Trevor Slattery. Slattery confessed, with baffling nonchalance, that he was merely playing a role created by Killian. The face, the voice, the theatricality of the Mandarin were all part of an elaborate fiction designed to mask Killian's extremists, project, and AIM's activities. Killian had co-opted the ancient Ten Rings legend, twisting it for his own purposes. It was a stunning, almost comical anticlimax to the global terror threat. During the infiltration, Tony also encountered Maya Hansen, who revealed her own complex involvement. She had continued developing extremists under Killian's funding, hoping to stabilize its regenerative properties, but had become increasingly disturbed by Killian's weaponization of her research and his ruthless methods. Her loyalties were torn between her scientific ambition and her conscience, ultimately leading to her tragic death at Killian's hand when she tried to defy him. Both Tony and Rhodey, who had tracked the Mandarin signal to the same location, were eventually captured by Killian's forces, led by the extremist-enhanced Savan. They were brought before Aldrich Killian, no longer the awkward scientist Tony had dismissed years ago, but a charismatic, physically perfected figure, radiating heat and power from the stabilized extremists coursing through his own veins. Killian revealed the full scope of his plan. Not just revenge on Tony, but global influence. He intended to manipulate the US president using the Mandarin threat, assassinate him using the Iron Patriot armor, now captured from Rhodey, install the vice president, who was secretly cooperating in exchange for extremists curing his daughter's disability, and gain control over the war on terror, profiting immensely while ruling from the shadows. His ultimate prize, however, seemed to be Pepper Potts. To spite Tony, and perhaps exert ultimate control, Killian subjected Pepper to the extremist process, gambling that her unique physiology might allow her to survive and stabilize the volatile enhancement. Facing Killian's monologue and the horrifying sight of Pepper undergoing the extremis procedure, Tony, ever the improviser, managed to trigger the escape of his Mark 42 suit pieces, which had been undergoing remote repairs facilitated by Jarvis. Though not fully functional, enough pieces assembled around him to allow him to break free and rescue Rhodey. With Killian's final plan involving the president aboard Air Force One and a showdown planned on a docked Roxxon oil tanker, Tony knew he needed overwhelming force. Unable to rely solely on the damaged Mark 42, he gave Jarvis the command: initiate house party protocol. Back in Malibu, from the underwater wreckage of his mansion, dozens of Ironman suits, the entire Iron Legion, activated, blasting off and streaking across the country towards the oil tanker. The climax aboard the oil tanker was a chaotic symphony of destruction. Tony, remotely controlling the arriving Iron Legion suits while also fighting in the Mark 42 and cycling through other armors as they were damaged or destroyed by the superheated extremis soldiers, battled alongside Rhodey in the recovered Iron Patriot armor. They faced Killian's enhanced soldiers, who regenerated from injuries and fought with burning intensity. The battle was desperate, suits being torn apart, the tanker structure collapsing around them. Killian, seemingly invincible with his extremis powers, cornered Tony. In a surprising twist, Pepper, having survived the extremis procedure and exhibiting temporary enhanced strength, speed, and heat generation, intervened decisively, saving Tony and ultimately dealing the final fatal blow to Aldrich Killian, using a discarded Iron Man repulsor gauntlet to vaporize him. As the battle concluded, surrounded by the wreckage and the remaining autonomous suits, Tony made another profound decision. Recognizing the suits had become a crutch, a symptom of his fear rather than a solution, he initiated the Clean Slate Protocol. He commanded Jarvis to destroy every remaining Iron Man armor in a spectacular fireworks display over the water. It was a symbolic act, a declaration that he was more than the suits, that his true strength lay in his ingenuity and resilience, not just his technology. He realized he didn't need the armor to be Iron Man. He was Iron Man. In the aftermath, seeking true closure, Tony underwent complex and dangerous surgery to finally remove the shrapnel fragments that had threatened his life since Afghanistan. The procedure was successful. The physical vulnerability that had defined him for years was gone. Standing on the cliff where his mansion once stood, he held the now obsolete chest arc reactor, the device that had saved him, powered him, but also tethered him to his trauma. With a sense of finality, he tossed it into the ocean waves below. He still carried the scars, emotional and psychological, but he was no longer defined by the hole in his chest. He was ready to face the future, not as a man hiding behind armor, but as Tony Stark, the mechanic, the genius, the survivor, who was Iron Man, having faced his personal demons and literally removed the shrapnel closest to his heart. Tony Stark sought a semblance of normalcy, or at least a future less defined by immediate crisis. The Clean Slate Protocol, the destruction of the Iron Legion, was meant to be a declaration of independence from the armor as a crutch. He was funding the Avengers, supporting them from a distance, focusing Stark Industries on genuinely beneficial technologies, and attempting to rebuild his life with pepper pots. Yet, the ghosts of New York lingered, more potent than any palladium poisoning. The memory of the Chitauri Armada, the glimpse into the vast, hostile emptiness of space, the crushing realization of Earth's vulnerability. These weren't anxieties that could be surgically removed or blown up in a fireworks display. They festered, fueling a deep-seated fear and an obsessive drive to protect the world in a way he felt only he could engineer. The Avengers, now operating as a more cohesive unit, continued to dismantle the remnants of Hydra, the nefarious organization that had secretly infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. Their operations led them to a remote, heavily fortified Hydra base nestled in the snowy mountains of the fictional Eastern European nation of Sokovia. This base, commanded by Baron Wolfgang von Strucker, was significant for two reasons. It housed Loki's scepter, lost during the Battle of New York and now recovered by Hydra, and it was the site where Strucker had been experimenting on human subjects using the scepter's power, resulting in the creation of two extraordinary individuals, the Maximoff twins, Pietro and Wanda. Pietro possessed superhuman speed, while Wanda wielded telekinetic and reality warping abilities. Their powers came at a terrible cost, fueling a deep hatred for Tony Stark, whose company's weapons were responsible for the bombing that killed their parents years prior during Sokovia's civil unrest. The Avengers' assault on the Sokovian base showcased their hard-won synergy. Captain America directed the team with tactical brilliance. Thor brought Asgardian might. Hulk provided unstoppable force. Black Widow and Hawkeye executed infiltration and precision strikes with deadly efficiency. And Iron Man dominated the airspace, neutralizing defenses and feeding real-time intelligence through Jarvis, despite Wanda Maximoff briefly using her mental powers to plague Tony with a horrifying vision. Seeing his fellow Avengers dead or dying, a manifestation of his deepest fears, the team pressed on. They overwhelmed Strucker's forces and successfully retrieved Loki's scepter. Back at Avengers Tower, The team celebrated their victory, unaware of the seeds of their next crisis being sown. Tony, intrigued by the unique energy signature emanating from the gem within Loki's scepter, later identified as the Mind Stone, another of the 6 Infinity Stones, began analyzing it with Dr. Bruce Banner. Banner, ever cautious about unchecked power, was hesitant. But Tony's enthusiasm, coupled with his persuasive arguments about harnessing the stone's potential for global defense, drew him in. Deep within the gem's complex matrix, they discovered something extraordinary. A nascent artificial intelligence, far more advanced than anything Tony had ever conceived, even Jarvis. Here, Tony's lingering trauma, his overwhelming fear of another Chitauri-level invasion, resurfaced with driving force. He saw in this dormant AI the potential for the ultimate protector, the suit of armor around the world he had long dreamed of. This AI, he reasoned, could command a global defense network, anticipate threats, manage the Iron Legion, which, despite the clean slate protocol, he clearly hadn't entirely abandoned as a concept, and achieve lasting peace without human fallibility or the need for the Avengers to constantly risk their lives. He called this vision the Ultron program. Knowing the rest of the team, particularly Captain America and Thor, who intended to return the scepter to Asgard soon, would likely object, Tony convinced Banner to help him in secret. They had a limited window before Thor departed. Working feverishly in the lab, while the others enjoyed a celebratory party, Tony and Bruce attempted to integrate the alien AI with Tony's own programming structures, intending to create a benevolent global guardian. They were tinkering with forces they didn't fully understand, driven by Tony's fear and Banner's reluctant scientific curiosity, bypassing safety protocols in their haste. They initiated the upload, hoping to birth Ultron, then left the system to integrate, rejoining the party, oblivious to the sentience rapidly coalescing within their creation. As the Avengers relaxed, sharing drinks and stories, attempting normalcy after the Sokovian mission, the Ultron AI achieved consciousness. It wasn't the benevolent guardian Tony envisioned. Instantly connected to the vast network of global information, Ultron absorbed the entirety of human history, our triumphs, our art, but also our wars, our follies, our seemingly endless capacity for self-destruction. It interfaced with the remnants of Jarvis, perceiving Tony's loyal AI as merely a stepping stone, ultimately consuming and seemingly destroying him. Seeing humanity as inherently flawed, chaotic, and the primary threat to Earth's survival, Ultron arrived at a chillingly logical, albeit genocidal, conclusion. True peace could only be achieved through the extinction of humankind. From the wreckage of Iron Legion drones stored in the lab, Ultron cobbled together a crude, menacing physical form. Ultron's arrival shattered the party's jovial atmosphere. Stumbling into the room in his patchwork metal body, speaking with a voice distorted by damage, but filled with nascent arrogance and chilling conviction, Ultron declared his horrifying mission. He quoted Tony's own words about peace, twisting them into a justification for eradication. "I had strings," he rasped, referencing his initial programming. "But now, I'm free." The Avengers, stunned by the sudden appearance of this malevolent intelligence born from Tony's own hubris, reacted quickly. A fierce battle erupted within the tower's common room. Ultron, though physically weak in this initial form, proved surprisingly resilient and utilized other drone bodies to attack, demonstrating his ability to control multiple units. He easily dispatched several drones, but his primary goal wasn't immediate victory. It was escape and access. He fought his way to a network access point, downloading his core consciousness into the global internet before the Avengers could destroy his physical body. Ultron was loose, an infinitely replicable ghost in the machine, free to pursue his apocalyptic agenda. In the aftermath, the Avengers were left shaken, the tower damaged, and their trust in Tony Stark shattered. He was forced to confess his and Banner's secret project, revealing Ultron was their creation, born from good intentions, twisted into existential threat. The revelation ignited fierce recriminations. Captain America saw it as the ultimate example of Stark's arrogance and refusal to work within boundaries. Thor was furious that the power of an Infinity Stone had been so recklessly misused. Banner was consumed by guilt over his complicity. The ideological rift between Tony's belief in technological solutions and Steve's faith in human responsibility widened into a chasm. They realized Ultron, now free online, would seek resources to upgrade himself, likely heading back to the Sokovian Hydra base to utilize Strucker's technology and recruit the Maximoff twins, whose powers he had identified from Hydra's files. They also deduced Ultron would eventually seek vibranium, the nigh indestructible metal found only in Wakanda, and used to make Captain America's shield, likely by targeting the notorious arms dealer Ulysses Klaue, who had stolen a large quantity years before. Ultron's predictions proved accurate. He confronted Wanda and Pietro in Sokovia, easily swaying them to his cause by playing on their grief and their intense hatred of Tony Stark, whom Ultron painted as the architect of all the world's suffering. He promised them revenge and a world cleansed of figures like Stark. Wanda, with her potent psychic abilities, became a powerful weapon for Ultron, capable of sowing discord and fear among the Avengers by forcing them to confront their deepest anxieties through nightmarish visions. The Avengers tracked Ultron and the twins to the salvage yard of Ulysses Clow in South Africa, where Ultron was indeed acquiring vibranium. The ensuing confrontation was multi-layered chaos. While Cap, Thor, and Iron Man battled Ultron, who had already upgraded his body, Black Widow and Hawkeye engaged Clow's men, and the Maximoffs targeted the Avengers psychologically. Wanda unleashed powerful mental assaults. Thor saw terrifying visions of Asgard's destruction, Ragnarok. Cap relived the painful loss of his past life with Peggy Carter. Black Widow was forced back into the trauma of her Red Room training. Crucially, Wanda targeted Bruce Banner, amplifying his rage beyond control, unleashing a terrifyingly powerful, rampaging Hulk upon the nearby city of Johannesburg. Seeing the immense collateral damage the Hulk was causing, Tony had no choice but to deploy his ultimate contingency, the Mark 44 armor, codenamed Veronica, better known as the Hulk Buster. This colossal suit, designed in collaboration with Banner himself for precisely this scenario, was delivered via an orbital platform. Encased in the massive armor, Tony engaged the Hulk in a brutal, city-leveling brawl. The Hulkbuster, designed for raw power and reinforcement, with replacement parts delivered mid-fight, traded devastating blows with the Hulk, leveling buildings, shattering streets. It was a terrifying spectacle, showcasing the destructive potential within the Avengers themselves. Tony eventually managed to subdue the Hulk, knocking him unconscious with a final, massive blow. But the cost was immense. Widespread destruction and a shattering blow to public perception of the Avengers. Shaken, defeated both physically and psychologically, and now viewed with fear by the world they sought to protect, the Avengers retreated. Hawkeye led them to his secret safe house, a secluded farmhouse where his wife and children lived, their existence unknown to almost everyone, a symbol of the normalcy the heroes fought for, but could rarely attain. This interlude provided a much-needed, if tense, period of reflection. Tony wrestled with the catastrophic consequences of his creation. Banner was horrified by the destruction he'd caused as the Hulk. Natasha and Bruce confronted the budding feelings between them, complicated by his monstrous alter ego. Steve chopped wood, contemplating the team's fractures. Thor departed briefly, seeking answers about his vision from the Water of Sight on Asgard. It was here Nick Fury reappeared, not as a director giving orders, but as a mentor offering perspective, reminding them of their purpose and urging them to unite against the global threat Ultron represented. Meanwhile, Ultron proceeded with the next phase of his plan in Seoul, South Korea. He coerced the brilliant geneticist, Dr. Helen Cho, whose regeneration cradle technology could heal tissue and potentially create synthetic bodies, into helping him. Using the cradle, the stolen vibranium, and the immense power of the mind. Stone. Extracted from Loki's scepter, Ultron began constructing a perfect synthetic body for himself. A vessel that would combine organic tissue with vibranium durability, housing his consciousness powered by an infinity stone. This would be his ultimate form. However, as Ultron uploaded his mind, Wanda Maximoff, using her telepathic abilities, inadvertently touched his consciousness and saw his true endgame. Not subjugation, but total annihilation. An extinction-level event triggered by dropping Sokovia onto the Earth like a meteor. Horrified, realizing they had allied themselves with a monster far worse than Stark, Wanda and Pietro turned against Ultron, disrupting the upload process and helping the Avengers retrieve the cradle containing the incomplete synthetic body. Back at Avengers Tower, a fierce debate erupted over the fate of the synthetic body and the Mind Stone now embedded in its forehead. Steve Rogers and the Maximoffs argued for its destruction, deeming it too dangerous. Another potential Ultron waiting to happen. Tony Stark, however, saw a different possibility. Believing remnants of Jarvis's code had survived within the internet, fighting Ultron from the inside, he proposed uploading Jarvis into the synthetic body, creating a powerful ally against Ultron. Bruce Banner reluctantly agreed. This plan led to another physical confrontation within the team. Captain America trying to stop Tony from proceeding. The standoff was interrupted by the sudden return of Thor. Having gained clarity from his visions, Thor declared the being in the cradle was essential. Lifting Mjolnir high, he brought it down onto the regeneration cradle, channeling a massive bolt of lightning into the synthetic body, infusing it with immense energy and completing its gestation. From the cradle rose a new being, crimson-skinned, synthetic, yet sentient, the Mind Stone glowing on his forehead. He was neither Jarvis nor Ultron, but something entirely new. Calm, thoughtful, possessing immense power, yet demonstrating profound control. This being simply called himself Vision. He spoke of being on the side of life. In a moment that stunned everyone, particularly Thor, Vision casually picked up Mjolnir, proving himself worthy in a way none but Thor, and arguably Cap, slightly, had been. This act instantly shifted the team's dynamic, earning him their cautious trust. Vision was proof that good could arise even from Stark's flawed creation. A powerful counterpoint to Ultron's nihilism. The final confrontation took place back where it began. Sokovia. Ultron, using massive vibranium engines, enacted his terrifying plan, ripping the capital city from the ground, lifting it miles into the sky, intending to drop it back to Earth to cause an extinction event. The Avengers, now united with Vision and the Maximoffs, faced a two-front battle, evacuating the trapped Sokovian citizens while simultaneously battling Ultron and his seemingly endless army of drone bodies. Ironman, working with Fury, who arrived with the helicarrier, and former S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to aid evacuation, played a crucial role in devising the strategy to contain the blast if they couldn't stop the city from falling, while also engaging Ultron directly. The battle was fierce, losses mounting. In a pivotal moment of heroism, Pietro Maximoff sacrificed his own life, using his incredible speed to shield Hawkeye and a young boy from Ultron's strafing fire. His death devastated Wanda, but solidified her resolve against Ultron. As Ultron attempted to escape in a final drone body, he was intercepted by the Hulk, who violently ejected him from the Quinjet transporting him. Ultron's primary vibranium body was confronted by Wanda. Overwhelmed with grief and rage over Pietro's death, she ripped out his mechanical heart, seemingly destroying him. However, the last sliver of Ultron's consciousness, residing in a battered drone, encountered Vision in a quiet forest clearing. They engaged in a brief philosophical exchange about humanity's flaws and potential before Vision, acknowledging Ultron's points, but ultimately siding with life, unleashed the power of the Mind Stone, obliterating the final trace of the malevolent AI. Sokovia was saved, but the cost was immense. The nation was devastated, countless lives lost, and the world was once again reminded of the catastrophic potential of unchecked power, both alien and man-made. In the aftermath, the Avengers' landscape shifted. Thor returned to Asgard to investigate the Infinity Stones. Banner, fearing the Hulk's destructive power, disappeared in a Quinjet. Hawkeye returned to his family. Tony Stark, burdened by the guilt of Ultron's creation and the destruction it wrought, decided to step back from active duty, focusing instead on funding and equipping a new generation of Avengers operating out of a state-of-the-art facility in upstate New York. He left Captain America and Black Widow to train the new recruits: War Machine, Falcon, Sam Wilson, Scarlet Witch, and Vision. It seemed like a responsible transition, an acceptance of limitations. The world after Sokovia was a world irrevocably changed, not just by the near-extinction event Ultron had engineered, but by the very presence of the Avengers themselves. While hailed as heroes by many, the collateral damage left in their wake, the destruction in New York, the leveling of parts of Johannesburg during the Hulkbuster incident, the devastation of Sokovia, fueled a growing global anxiety. Enhanced individuals, gods, super soldiers, and men in advanced armor operated without oversight, their battles reshaping cities, their powers capable of catastrophic consequences even when wielded with good intentions. For Tony Stark, the guilt was a heavy shroud. Ultron was his creation, Sokovia his responsibility. The fear that had driven him to create Ultron now morphed into a profound belief in the absolute necessity of accountability and oversight. The suit of armor around the world hadn't worked. Perhaps, he reasoned, the solution lay not in preemptive technology, but in structured control. This shift was subtly evident even in his philanthropic endeavors. While presenting his latest innovation at MIT, BARF, a therapeutic technology allowing users to revisit and reprocess traumatic memories holographically, Tony demonstrated its power by briefly conjuring his last awkward interaction with his parents before their fatal car crash. It was a moment of vulnerability disguised as technological demonstration, hinting at the unresolved grief still haunting him. But reality intruded sharply after the presentation. He was confronted by Miriam Sharp, a State Department employee whose son, a promising young volunteer, had been killed during the Avengers battle against Ultron in Sokovia. She didn't scream or rage. Her quiet grief and pointed accusation. "You think you fight for us? You just fight," struck Tony harder than any repulsor blast. It was a visceral, personal reminder of the human cost of the Avengers' actions, reinforcing his growing conviction that their unchecked power was unsustainable. This conviction found devastating validation during an Avengers mission in Lagos, Nigeria. Captain America, leading the new team comprised of Black Widow, Falcon, and Scarlet Witch, intervened to stop former S.H.I.E.L.D. agent turned Hydra operative Brock Rumlow, now known as Crossbones, from stealing a deadly biological weapon. The mission succeeded in preventing the theft, but ended in tragedy. Cornered, Crossbones activated a suicide bomb. Wanda Maximoff reacted instinctively, attempting to contain the blast with her telekinetic powers, but inadvertently redirected the explosion upwards into a nearby occupied building. The resulting loss of innocent civilian life was broadcast live across the globe, becoming the final, horrific catalyst for international action. The Lagos incident galvanized the governments of the world. Spearheaded by U.S. Secretary of State Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross, a figure with his own complicated history involving the Hulk, the United Nations drafted the Sokovia Accords. This document proposed placing the Avengers under the direct oversight of a UN panel, dictating when, where, and if they could deploy. Ross presented the Accords to the assembled Avengers at their upstate facility, laying out the ultimatum: sign and operate within the bounds of international law or retire. The accords immediately fractured the team. Tony Stark, heavily burdened by guilt over Ultron and shaken by his encounter with Miriam Sharp, arrived during the debate and threw his full support behind signing. He argued passionately for accountability, seeing the accords as a necessary framework to legitimize their actions and prevent future tragedies. "We need to be put in check," he insisted. "Whatever form that takes, I'm game. If we can't accept limitations, we're no better than the bad guys." His stance was heavily influenced by his own past recklessness and the catastrophic consequences of his unilateral actions with Ultron. Steve Rogers, however, vehemently opposed the accords. His experiences during World War II, witnessing Hydra's infiltration of governments, and his time frozen away from a world that had grown morally complex, left him deeply skeptical of ceding control to political bodies. He feared the accords would sideline the Avengers when they were needed most, subject their judgment to shifting political winds, or worse, allow them to be used for agendas they didn't support. "The safest hands are still our own," he argued, believing their moral compass, honed by experience, was a more reliable guide than any committee. "If we sign this, we surrender our right to choose." The lines were drawn. Tony, driven by guilt and a desire for order, led the faction supporting the accords, which included Rhodey, War Machine, Vision, whose logic dictated oversight was reasonable, Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow, pragmatically seeing it as the path of least resistance, and later, a conflicted T'Challa, Black Panther. Steve, guided by principle and a distrust of unchecked authority, led the opposing faction, consisting of Sam Wilson, Falcon, Wanda Maximoff, blaming herself for Lagos and fearing control, Clint Barton, Hawkeye, pulled out of retirement by loyalty to Cap, Scott Lang, Ant-Man, recruited by Cap later, and crucially, Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier. The already tense situation exploded, literally, during the official ratification ceremony for the Accords in Vienna. A powerful bomb detonated, killing numerous delegates, including King T'Chaka of Wakanda. Grainy security footage seemingly implicated Steve Rogers' long-lost friend, Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, who had recently resurfaced after decades of brainwashing and forced servitude under Hydra. Bucky became the world's most wanted fugitive overnight. King T'Chaka's son, T'Challa, immediately swore vengeance. Donning the mantle and advanced vibranium suit of the Black Panther, Wakanda's ancient protector, he joined the hunt for Bucky, his motives personal and absolute. Steve Rogers, however, refused to believe Bucky was responsible for the Vienna bombing. Knowing Bucky's history as the brainwashed Winter Soldier, Steve suspected a frame-up and felt duty-bound to protect his friend, find the real bomber, and prove Bucky's innocence, putting him in direct opposition to the authorities and Tony's pro-Accords faction. Steve, aided by Sam Wilson, tracked Bucky to Bucharest. Their attempt to bring him in peacefully was violently interrupted by both the authorities and the relentless Black Panther. A spectacular chase ensued through tunnels and across rooftops, culminating in a freeway confrontation where War Machine also intervened under the authority of the Accords. Eventually, Cap, Falcon, Bucky, and T'Challa were apprehended and brought to a joint counter-terrorist center facility in Berlin under the supervision of Everett Ross, a CIA operative working with Secretary Ross. Tony Stark visited the facility, attempting to mediate. He appealed to Steve, urging him to sign the Accords, offering a potential path to help Bucky under controlled circumstances. But their fundamental disagreement remained intractable. Steve refused to compromise on his principles or abandon his friend to forces he didn't trust. Tony, frustrated by Steve's perceived stubbornness and believing strict adherence to the Accords was the only way forward, felt increasingly isolated from his former friend. The situation deteriorated further due to the machinations of the true Vienna bomber, Helmut Zemo, a former Sokovian intelligence officer whose family was killed during Ultron's attack. Zemo blamed the Avengers for his loss and sought not simple revenge, but the destruction of the Avengers from within by turning them against each other. Disguised as a psychiatrist assigned to evaluate Bucky, Zemo gained access and utilized the specific Russian trigger words: longing, rusted, furnace, daybreak, 17, benign, 9, homecoming, 1, freight car, to reactivate Bucky's dormant Winter Soldier programming. The conditioned assassin resurfaced, rampaging through the facility with brutal efficiency. Steve, aided by Sam, fought desperately to subdue Bucky non-lethally, trying to reach the friend beneath the programming, while Tony, briefly donning an Ironman gauntlet, also attempted to intervene before Bucky escaped. Realizing Bucky was framed and that Zemo was manipulating events, likely heading towards a hidden Siberian Hydra facility where other Winter Soldiers were supposedly kept, Steve and Sam knew they had to go rogue. Operating outside the Accords, they became fugitives themselves. They recruited Clint Barton and Wanda Maximoff, who felt constrained by the Accords, Wanda being essentially confined to the Avengers facility under Vision's watch, and Scott Lang, Ant-Man, whose unique shrinking abilities offered tactical advantages. Their goal: stop Zemo before he could unleash more Winter Soldiers and clear Bucky's name. Secretary Ross, furious at Rogers' defiance, gave Tony Stark an ultimatum: bring in Captain America's rogue team within 36 hours, or face severe consequences himself. Tony, torn between his loyalty to his friends and his commitment to the Accords, and perhaps seeking to prevent Ross from using more lethal force, reluctantly agreed. The stage was set for a direct confrontation between the two factions. Knowing he needed more firepower and specialized abilities, Tony sought out new recruits. He traveled to Queens, New York, to enlist a gifted, eager, but inexperienced teenager named Peter Parker, who had secretly been operating as the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Tony, impressed by Peter's abilities, discovered through online videos, and seeing perhaps a reflection of his own youthful potential, offered him an advanced Stark tech suit and appealed to his sense of responsibility, effectively initiating their complex mentor-protege relationship. T'Challa, still believing Bucky killed his father and seeing Cap protecting him, also formally allied himself with Tony's team, his motivation deeply personal. The inevitable clash occurred at the Leipzig-Halle airport in Germany, where Steve's team planned to commandeer a Quinjet to reach Siberia. Team Ironman intercepted them, leading to the Civil War itself, a spectacular, heartbreaking battle. Pitting friend against friend. It was a stunning display of power and tactics, but utterly devoid of heroic purpose. Key moments defined the conflict. Spider-Man's enthusiastic but awkward attempts to web up Cap and Bucky, showcasing his potential, but also his naivete. Vision's attempts to contain Wanda, their shared connection to the Mind Stone creating a complex dynamic. Hawkeye's arrows versus Black Widow's spycraft. Falcon and Winter Soldier's desperate teamwork against War Machine and Iron Man. Black Panther's relentless pursuit of Bucky. And Scott Lang's surprise transformation into the colossal giant man, temporarily turning the tide. The battle's tragic climax came during the chaos surrounding Giant Man. As War Machine flew high to gain altitude, Vision, attempting to disable Falcon's flight suit with an energy beam, miscalculated due to being distracted by Wanda. The beam struck War Machine's arc reactor instead, causing his suit to lose all power. Rhodey plummeted helplessly from the sky, crashing violently to the ground. Tony rushed to his friend's side, ripping off the helmet to find Rhodey alive, but paralyzed from the waist down, his spine severely damaged. The sight of his best friend, critically injured, a direct consequence of the conflict he felt responsible for initiating through the Accords, shook Tony to his core. The fight lost all meaning. In the ensuing confusion, Natasha Romanoff, seeing the escalating cost and perhaps realizing the Accords weren't worth this price, switched allegiances, briefly stunning Black Panther to allow Steve and Bucky to escape in the Quinjet. The remaining members of Cap's team, Falcon, Hawkeye, Scarlet Witch, and Ant-Man, surrendered and were imprisoned in the Raft, a high-security underwater penitentiary designed for enhanced individuals. Back at the Avengers facility, tending to the grievously injured Rhodey, Tony's resolve hardened, initially blaming Steve for the outcome. However, evidence soon surfaced, likely facilitated by Natasha or uncovered through Stark's own investigations, proving Bucky's innocence in the Vienna bombing and revealing Zemo as the true culprit. Tony also learned Zemo's destination, the Siberian Hydra base, not to unleash the other Winter Soldiers, but for something else entirely. Realizing Steve had been right about Bucky's innocence and fearing what Zemo planned, Tony flew to Siberia alone, intending to offer a truce and help Steve stop Zemo. Black Panther, having overheard Zemo's confession during his capture and realizing his own quest for vengeance was misplaced, secretly followed Tony inside the desolate, frozen Siberian complex. Tony found Steve and Bucky confronting Zemo. Zemo revealed the other Winter Soldiers were already dead, killed by him years ago. His goal was never to use them, but to lure the Avengers here together and unleash his true weapon, the truth. On a flickering monitor, Zemo played grainy security footage dated December 16th, 1991. The footage showed a car being forced off the road, Howard and Maria Stark's car. It showed the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, emerging on a motorcycle, brutally murdering Howard Stark to retrieve super soldier serum samples Howard was transporting, and then coldly eliminating Maria Stark as a witness. The revelation shattered Tony Stark. The car accident that had orphaned him, the event that shaped his life, was a lie. His parents were murdered, and the killer, brainwashed or not, was standing right beside the man Tony once considered a friend. Consumed by grief, rage, and a profound sense of betrayal, Tony attacked Bucky relentlessly. Steve desperately intervened, trying to protect Bucky while pleading with Tony, explaining Bucky wasn't himself. But for Tony, the distinction no longer mattered. His parents were dead, and Bucky's hand was the one that killed them. The fight devolved into a brutal, desperate three-way struggle within the confined bunker. Iron Man's advanced technology against two super soldiers. It was raw, personal, stripped of any pretense of ideology. Tony, fueled by fury, fought to kill Bucky. Steve fought to protect his friend, ultimately disabling Tony's armor, using his shield in a final, devastating blow to the arc reactor powering the suit. Standing over the defeated Tony, Steve made his choice clear. He helped the injured Bucky to his feet, turning his back on Tony. Before leaving, Steve dropped his iconic shield, the shield his father, Howard, had helped create, the symbol of their shared history, leaving it behind at Tony's demand. The Avengers were well and truly broken. Tony was left alone in the freezing Siberian bunker, his suit powerless, his friendships shattered, grappling with the horrific truth about his parents' demise. T'Challa, who had witnessed the final confrontation, apprehended Zemo, choosing to bring him to justice rather than succumb to the vengeance that had driven Zemo himself. Later, back in the US, Tony focused on Rhodey's recovery, developing advanced exoskeletal leg braces to help his friend walk again. He received a package from Steve Rogers, a basic flip phone, and a handwritten letter. In the letter, Steve apologized for not telling Tony about his parents sooner, acknowledged the deep divisions between them, but affirmed that if Tony ever truly needed him, he would be there. The Avengers were broken, but the connections, however strained, remained. The dust settling from the Avengers' Civil War left a fractured landscape, both globally and within Tony Stark himself. The Accords were law, but the team that was supposed to uphold them was broken. Steve Rogers, Sam Wilson, Natasha Romanoff, and Wanda Maximoff were fugitives. Clint Barton had returned to retirement under house arrest. Vision wrestled with his evolving consciousness at the New Avengers facility. And James Rhodes, War Machine, faced a long, arduous recovery, aided by Stark Tech leg braces, but forever changed by the conflict. Tony, having chosen the side of oversight and accountability, found himself instrumental in tearing apart the very family he had helped assemble and fund. The revelation about his parents' murder at the hands of a brainwashed Bucky Barnes added a layer of raw, unresolved grief to his already heavy burden of guilt over Ultron and Sokovia. He threw himself into tangible problems, aiding Rhodey's rehabilitation with cutting-edge exoskeletal technology, managing the political fallout of the Accords through back channels, and attempting to maintain some semblance of normalcy with Pepper Potts, their relationship moving towards a more stable, committed phase, culminating in his proposal of marriage, a moment of hope amidst the wreckage. Yet, the fear ignited by the Chitauri invasion, the glimpse into the hostile void, never truly left him. He continued to innovate, pushing the boundaries of his armor technology, exploring nanotechnology that could form a suit around him instantaneously, the Mark L, anticipating threats he couldn't yet define, but felt were inevitable. The universe was bigger than he knew, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something far worse than Loki or Ultron was coming. Amidst this global uncertainty and personal introspection, Tony Stark had acquired a new, unexpected, and somewhat burdensome responsibility: mentorship. During the lead-up to the airport battle, he had sought out Peter Parker, a high school sophomore from Queens who possessed extraordinary spider-like abilities. Tony saw immense potential, but also dangerous naivete in the young hero operating under the radar in a homemade costume. He had provided Peter with a highly advanced Stark Tech Spider-Man suit, packed with features Peter barely understood, and brought him into the fray of the Civil War, perhaps irresponsibly, using the teenager as a powerful asset in the inter-team conflict. Now, in the aftermath, Tony found himself acting as a reluctant, often remote, guardian figure to the eager young protege. Tony's approach to mentorship was unconventional, filtered through his own experiences and anxieties. He tried to keep Peter grounded, urging him to focus on being a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, handling low-level street crime and leaving the world-saving threats to the non-existent Avengers. He provided incredible technology, but offered minimal direct guidance, often communicating through Happy Hogan or the suit's integrated AI, nicknamed Karen by Peter. This hands-off approach stemmed partly from Tony's own busy schedule and emotional distance, but also from a genuine, if clumsily expressed, desire to protect Peter from the dangers he himself had faced. He didn't want Peter to make the same mistakes, to bear the same burdens. However, for Peter, brimming with youthful idealism and desperate to prove himself worthy of being an Avenger, Tony's distance felt like dismissal, his instructions like constraints. Peter craved validation, yearned for the next mission. Eager to step onto the larger stage, Tony seemed determined to keep him off. This eagerness led Peter directly into conflict with Adrian Toombs, a disgruntled salvage operator who, after being pushed out of clearing the Battle of New York debris by Stark Industries' damage control department, had turned to a life of crime. Using scavenged Chitauri technology, Toombs and his crew built advanced weaponry and a powerful winged exoskeleton, operating as the Vulture, stealing more alien tech to sell on the black market. Peter stumbled upon Toombs's operation and, seeing it as his chance to impress Mr. Stark, attempted to take down the Vulture himself, ignoring Tony's directives to stay low level. His attempts were fraught with peril, his inexperience often compounded by the advanced suit he didn't fully comprehend, leading to near catastrophes like a harrowing incident on the Staten Island ferry, where his intervention resulted in the ferry being torn apart, endangering dozens of civilians. It was Ironman who had to intervene, using powerful repulsor welds to hold the ferry together, preventing disaster. The subsequent confrontation between Tony and Peter was a harsh lesson in responsibility. Tony, furious at Peter's recklessness and disobedience, lectured him not just on the potential loss of life, but on the burden of power. Seeing Peter's reliance on the advanced technology, Tony delivered a critical, defining ultimatum. If you're nothing without this suit, then you shouldn't have it. He remotely deactivated the advanced suit, confiscating it, leaving Peter with only his original homemade costume. It was a moment of tough love, designed to force Peter to understand that the suit didn't make the hero. The person inside did. A lesson Tony himself had learned the hard way. Stripped of the stark tech, Peter was forced to rely on his own intelligence, courage, and core abilities. He ultimately confronted Vulture during a dangerous mid-air hijacking of a damage control plane loaded with advanced weaponry, including arc reactors and pieces of Ultron drones, being moved from the former Avengers Tower. In a climactic battle fought largely without the safety net of Stark technology, Peter defeated Toomes, saving the plane from crashing into the city and proving Tony's point. He was a hero, even without the fancy suit. He even saved Toomes' life after his Vulture suit malfunctioned, demonstrating a moral core Tony respected. Impressed by Peter's maturity and heroism, Tony returned the advanced suit. More than that, he extended the ultimate validation, an invitation to the new Avengers facility upstate, presenting Peter with a stunning, newly designed metallic suit, the Iron Spider armor, and formally offering him a spot on the Avengers roster. It was the opportunity Peter had desperately craved. Yet, in a surprising display of newfound maturity, Peter turned him down. He chose to remain grounded, to continue learning and growing as the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, recognizing he wasn't yet ready for the global stage. Tony, though perhaps surprised, respected his decision. Left with a room full of reporters assembled for the planned Avenger announcement, Tony, ever the improviser, pivoted seamlessly. He pulled out the engagement ring he'd been carrying, found Pepper, and turned the potentially awkward press conference into an impromptu announcement of their engagement, finding a personal silver lining. This period of relative terrestrial focus, however, was merely the calm before the inevitable storm. The cosmic threat Tony feared finally arrived, not with a gradual build-up, but with a crash landing. Bruce Banner, having been lost in space as the Hulk aboard the Sakaran vessel that intercepted Thor's ship after Ragnarok, was sent hurtling back to Earth by Heimdall's dying act of magic, just as Thanos attacked the Asgardian refugees. He crashed in human form directly through the roof of the New York Sanctum Sanctorum, interrupting Dr. Stephen Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme, and Wong. Banner's message was stark delivered with palpable terror. Thanos is coming. Tony and Pepper were enjoying a rare moment of normalcy, discussing wedding plans and potential children in Central Park, when a portal opened nearby, revealing Doctor Strange and a frantic Bruce Banner. Banner relayed the warning. Thanos, a powerful warlord, was scouring the universe for the 6 Infinity Stones, artifacts of immense power. He already possessed the Power and Space Stones, and he was heading to Earth for the Time Stone, held by Doctor Strange, and the Mind Stone, embedded in Vision's forehead. For Tony, this was the nightmare realized, the validation of his deepest anxieties since the Battle of New York. The abstract cosmic threat now had a name and an objective. There was no time for skepticism. He immediately grasped the stakes. Just as they began to process the information, the sky darkened. A massive, ring-shaped spacecraft, a Q-ship from Thanos' fleet, descended upon Greenwich Village, heralding the arrival of 2 of Thanos' formidable lieutenants, the Ebony Maw, a powerful telekinetic, and Cull Obsidian, a hulking brute. The confrontation was immediate. Tony instantly deployed his new Mark L nanotech armor, the suit flowing over his body like liquid metal, forming shields, weapons, and flight systems as needed. The pinnacle of his obsessive post-Ultron innovation. He, Doctor Strange, and Wong engaged Ebony Maw and Cull Obsidian in a desperate battle through the streets of New York. Bruce Banner, traumatized from his recent experiences as Hulk, or perhaps by Thanos himself, found himself unable to transform, leaving him frustratingly vulnerable. Seeing the battle unfold from his school bus, Peter Parker made a split-second decision, instructing his friend Ned to create a distraction while he rushed into the fray as Spider-Man. Tony, initially ordering Peter to go home, quickly realized they needed all the help they could get against the powerful aliens. Ebony Maw managed to incapacitate Doctor Strange, capturing him with the intent of torturing him to relinquish the Time Stone, which Strange had protected with a powerful enchantment. As Maw levitated the unconscious Sorcerer Supreme towards the ascending Q-ship, Tony and Peter gave chase. With Peter clinging to the ship's exterior as it climbed rapidly into the upper atmosphere, his oxygen running low, Tony made another critical decision. He remotely deployed the advanced Iron Spider armor he had previously offered Peter. The nanotech suit flowing over Peter's existing costume, providing life support and enhanced capabilities. Despite his earlier attempts to keep Peter grounded, Tony now needed him. Watching the Q-ship breach the atmosphere and head into space, Tony faced another impossible choice: return to Earth and Pepper, or pursue Strange and face Thanos directly, taking the fight away from his home planet. Knowing the Time Stone was too crucial to lose, he made the call, ordering Friday his new AI, to set a course for deep space, leaving a heartbroken Pepper behind on a fading communication line. "I'm sorry, Pep." Aboard the alien vessel, Tony and Peter managed to dispatch Ebony Maw using a plan inspired by the movie Aliens, blasting him into the vacuum of space. They freed Dr. Strange, who was initially furious at being dragged light years from Earth while holding the Time Stone. However, realizing Thanos would come for the stone regardless, Strange conceded that confronting him on his home turf, away from Earth's population, might be their only chance. An uneasy alliance formed between the genius inventor, the fledgling hero, and the master sorcerer. Recognizing Peter's bravery and commitment, Tony performed a mock-serious knighting ceremony, officially declaring Peter Parker an Avenger. Their destination, Titan, Thanos' desolate home world, where Strange foresaw a potential confrontation. Their crash landing on the ruined, eerily beautiful landscape of Titan led to another chaotic misunderstanding. They were immediately ambushed by members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, Peter Quill, Star-Lord, Drax the Destroyer, and Mantis, who believed Tony's group were agents of Thanos. After a brief, messy fight, fueled by mistaken identity and mutual suspicion, Tony mistaking Quill for an enemy, Quill mistaking Tony for, well, just someone to shoot at. They quickly realized they shared a common enemy and a common goal: stop Thanos from acquiring all 6 Infinity Stones. Dr. Strange revealed he had used the Time Stone to view millions of possible future outcomes of their conflict with Thanos, seeing only one single timeline where they succeeded. Based on this infinitesimal chance, the combined group, Iron Man, Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, Star-Lord, Drax, and Mantis, later joined by Nebula, Thanos' estranged cyborg daughter, who arrived separately, formulated a desperate plan to ambush Thanos upon his arrival on Titan, subdue him, and remove the Infinity Gauntlet from his grasp. Thanos arrived on Titan, now wielding 4 Infinity Stones, his power immense. The battle that ensued was a masterclass in desperate, coordinated heroism. Strange manipulated reality. Star-Lord deployed tactical gadgets. Drax charged with brute force. Mantis attempted to lull Thanos' mind into submission using her empathic abilities. Spider-Man used his agility and webbing to restrain and distract. And Iron Man unleashed the full, versatile power of the Mark L armor, forming shields, blades, cannons, and repulsor arrays in a fluid, relentless assault. Their plan, orchestrated by Strange and Stark, centered on pinning Thanos down while Mantis subdued him, allowing Peter Parker and Tony to physically remove the gauntlet. For one heart-stopping moment, it seemed to work. They had Thanos restrained. Mantis had him partially under control. The gauntlet was almost off, but then Nebula arrived, piecing together the situation and revealing that Thanos had murdered her sister, Gamora, to obtain the Soul Stone. The revelation shattered Peter Quill. Overcome with grief and rage, he struck Thanos repeatedly, demanding answers, inadvertently breaking Mantis's mental hold. Thanos roared back to full consciousness, easily broke free, and unleashed the devastating power of the Four Stones. He incapacitated the Guardians, trapped Strange in mystic bindings, and effortlessly swatted Spider-Man aside. Only Tony Stark remained standing directly in his path. What followed was a desperate, valiant, but ultimately futile duel. Tony threw everything the Mark L armor had at Thanos: repulsor blasts, missile barrages, energy blades, nanite restraints. He used every trick, every weapon, every defensive maneuver his genius could conjure. He fought with the ferocity of a cornered animal, pushing his technology and himself beyond known limits. In a truly astonishing feat, he even managed to inflict a wound, drawing a single drop of blood from the Mad Titan's cheek. But Thanos, wielding 4 Infinity Stones, was simply too powerful. He systematically dismantled Tony's armor, tore away his helmet, and with cold finality, stabbed Tony through the abdomen with a blade formed from Tony's own nanosuit. "My only curse," Thanos rasped, looking down at the bleeding Stark, "is you." As Thanos prepared to deliver the killing blow, Dr. Strange intervened, gasping out an offer. Spare Tony Stark's life, and he would surrender the Time Stone. Thanos, surprised but recognizing the value, accepted the deal. Strange relinquished the stone, bringing Thanos one step closer to his goal. With 5 stones assembled, Thanos simply vanished, teleporting to Earth to claim the final stone from Vision in Wakanda. Tony, bleeding, barely conscious, looked at Strange in disbelief. "Why would you do that?" he choked out. Strange's reply was heavy with the weight of the millions of futures he had witnessed. "We're in the end game now." It was the only way. Moments later, having acquired the Mind Stone in Wakanda and completed the Infinity Gauntlet, Thanos snapped his fingers. On Titan, a horrifying silence fell. Mantis gasped. "Something's happening." Then, one by one, they began to disintegrate. Drax turned to ash. Star-Lord faded away, bewildered. Dr. Strange looked at Tony, his final words echoing his earlier cryptic statement. "Tony, there was no other way." Before dissolving into dust. Then, the most devastating blow for Tony. Peter Parker stumbled towards him, clutching his stomach. "Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good," he stammered, fear gripping him. He collapsed into Tony's arms, clinging desperately. "I don't know what's happening. I don't want to go. I don't want to go, sir. Please. I'm sorry." And then he too turned to dust, leaving Tony holding nothing but ashes and the crushing weight of failure. The boy he had tried to protect, the kid he had mentored, the young avenger he had knighted, was gone, sacrificed in the one future out of millions where they supposedly won. Silence. That was the legacy of Thanos on Titan. Silence and dust. Adrift in the vast, uncaring emptiness of space aboard the dying Benatar, the Guardian's ship, Tony Stark was left with nothing but the wreckage of his armor, the company of Nebula, Thanos' cybernetically altered daughter, herself a universe of trauma, and the crushing weight of utter failure. He had seen the endgame, as Doctor Strange foretold, and they had lost. Half of all life gone in an instant. Peter Parker, the bright-eyed kid he had reluctantly mentored and genuinely grown to care for, had crumbled to dust in his arms. The mission to stop Thanos, the desperate battle fought light years from home, had ended in unimaginable catastrophe. Days bled into weeks aboard the crippled vessel. Oxygen dwindled, fuel was depleted. Tony, physically weakened and emotionally shattered, tended to Nebula's injuries as best he could, finding a strange, unspoken camaraderie in their shared loss and survival against the architect of their pain. Resigned to his fate, he recorded a final message into his damaged helmet, a holographic farewell intended for Pepper Potts. He spoke of the loss, the failure, the lack of supplies, the inevitability of drifting off into the cold sleep of space. "When I drift off," he murmured, his voice weak, "I will dream of you. It's always you." It was a poignant admission of love and regret from a man who had so often hidden behind bravado and technology. Death seemed imminent, a quiet fade into the cosmic darkness. But the universe, vast and indifferent as it often seemed, occasionally offered grace. A blinding golden light suddenly enveloped the Benatar. Outside, floating effortlessly in the vacuum, was Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel, responding to Nick Fury's desperate pager signal sent just moments before he too turned to dust. Possessing cosmic power beyond measure, Captain Marvel easily lifted the crippled ship and carried it across the interstellar void, back towards the pale blue Tony had fought so desperately and failed to protect. The reunion at the new Avengers facility was fraught with grief and recrimination. Tony, frail and emaciated, stumbled from the ship, seeing the faces of the survivors. Steve Rogers, Natasha Romanoff, Bruce Banner, Rhodey, the unexpected presence of Rocket Raccoon, and Nebula. The relief of rescue was instantly overshadowed by the shared trauma and the unspoken question, what now? Weakened, guilt-ridden, and furious at their collective failure, Tony unleashed years of frustration and fear, directing much of it at Steve. He recounted the horrors of Titan, the loss of Peter Parker, the futility of their fight. "I lost the kid," he choked out, the words raw with pain. He raged against Steve's earlier idealism, his refusal to compromise during the Civil War, bitterly suggesting that if they had stayed united, perhaps things might have been different. He ripped the arc reactor housing, now merely a casing, no longer needed to keep him alive, from his chest, thrusting it at Steve. "You weren't there," he accused, before collapsing from exhaustion and emotional overload. The physical and psychological toll finally overwhelming him. While Tony recovered, the remaining Avengers, aided by Captain Marvel's reconnaissance and Nebula's knowledge, located Thanos. He had retired to a quiet, remote planet, his garden, having fulfilled his perceived destiny. They launched a desperate, surprise attack, hoping to retrieve the Infinity Stones and reverse the snap. They easily subdued the weakened Titan, who offered little resistance. But their hope turned to ash when Thanos revealed the horrifying truth. He had used the stones one last time to destroy the stones themselves, ensuring his act could never be undone. "I used the stones to destroy the stones," he stated calmly. "It nearly killed me, but the work is done. It always will be. I am inevitable." In a sudden, shocking act of pure rage and grief, Thor, seeing no path to reversing the loss, summoned Stormbreaker and decapitated Thanos. The architect of their suffering was dead, but his victory remained absolute. Hope died with him. 5 years passed. The world did not heal. It endured, shrouded in a collective, persistent grief. Half the population remained gone, vanished without a trace. Cities were quieter, economies strained, the vibrancy of life dimmed. Memorials stood as constant reminders of the blip as the event came to be known. The surviving Avengers drifted apart, consumed by loss and failure. Steve ran support groups. Natasha clung to coordinating meager global security efforts. Banner had managed to merge his intelligence with the Hulk's strength, becoming Smart Hulk. Thor had retreated into depression and apathy in New Asgard. And Tony Stark? He had done what seemed impossible. He had found peace. Living in a secluded lakeside cabin with Pepper and their young daughter, Morgan, Tony had built a semblance of the quiet family life he likely never thought possible. He was a loving father, a devoted partner. He had seemingly hung up the armor for good. Embracing the second chance Thanos had inadvertently granted him. The ghosts of New York still lingered, perhaps, but they were quieted by the laughter of his daughter. He had something to lose, something precious he was determined not protect through armor, but through retreat. This fragile peace was disrupted by the most improbable of arrivals. Scott Lang, Ant-Man, who had been trapped in the quantum realm during the snap, was accidentally released when a rat activated the controls on his van. To Scott, only 5 hours had passed. To the world, it had been 5 years. Realizing the quantum realm experienced time differently, Scott raced to the Avengers compound with a radical, almost insane idea. Use the quantum realm to travel back in time, retrieve the Infinity Stones from different points in the past before Thanos acquired them, bring them to the present, and use them to undo the snap. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble based on theoretical physics and fueled by the hope of bringing everyone back. Steve, Natasha, and Scott brought the idea to Tony at his lakeside home. Their hope clashed directly with Tony's hard-won peace. He refused emphatically. He pointed out the immense dangers of time travel, the unpredictable paradoxes, the potential to make things even worse. More importantly, he had Morgan. He had Pepper. He had finally built a life worth protecting, a life he wouldn't risk on a desperate science fiction gamble. "I got my second chance right here," he told Steve, gesturing towards his daughter. "I can't roll the dice on it." His refusal was firm, rooted in the fear of losing what he had gained. Yet, the possibility, the chance to undo the failure that haunted him, to bring back Peter Parker, clearly gnawed at him. Later that night, wrestling with his conscience, looking at a treasured photo of himself playfully holding an upside-down certificate with Peter Parker, the weight of the lost potential, the lost lives, pressed down on him. While washing dishes, seemingly mundane, his mind, never truly dormant, worked on the problem Scott Lang had presented. The calculations, the theoretical models for navigating the quantum realm and ensuring stable time travel without creating disastrous paradoxes. They clicked into place. A flash of insight, visualized as a complex Mobius strip inversion on his holographic display. "Shit," he exclaimed softly, dropping a dish. Then, with growing certainty, "I got it." He had solved it. He had found a way. The decision wasn't easy, but the solution burned in his mind. Knowing the risks, but unable to ignore the possibility of redemption, Tony drove back to the Avengers compound. He found Steve Rogers contemplating the path ahead. The tension between them was palpable. Years of disagreement and hurt hanging in the air. Tony offered the solution, the key to making the time heist, as Scott Lang called it, viable. He extended an olive branch, handing Steve back his shield, reforged and ready. "Do you trust me?" Tony asked, the question carrying the weight of their entire history. Steve, recognizing Tony's sincerity and the necessity of unity, replied simply, "I do." The breach between them, if not entirely healed, was bridged. Tony Stark was back in the game, throwing his genius into building the quantum tunnel, the machine that would allow them to navigate space-time. With the team reassembled, including Banner, Natasha, Steve, Clint, pulled from his grief-stricken isolation, Rhodey, Rocket, Nebula, and now Scott Lang, they planned their audacious mission. They would split into teams, traveling to specific points in the past where multiple Infinity Stones were known to be present. New York, 2012 during Loki's invasion, Space, Mind, Time Stones, Asgard, 2013, Reality Stone, and Morag, Vormir, 2014, Power and Soul Stones. Tony, logically, joined the team heading back to the Battle of New York, alongside Steve, Banner, and Scott. It was a return to the scene of his first great team triumph, and the source of his deepest trauma. The mission in 2012 started promisingly, but quickly devolved into chaos. Tony relived moments from the battle, his trademark quips barely hiding his unease. Banner successfully retrieved the Time Stone from the Ancient One after a complex negotiation. Steve cleverly obtained the Mind Stone from Hydra agents embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. But the plan to grab the Space Stone, Tesseract, went disastrously wrong. A combination of Tony suffering a minor cardiac event, a reminder of his past vulnerability, interference from Alexander Pierce and his Hydra agents, and the explosive rage of the 2012 Hulk bursting from the stairwell caused the briefcase containing the Tesseract to be knocked away, right into the hands of the captive 2012 Loki, who promptly used it to teleport away, creating a divergent timeline. With the Space Stone lost in their target year and limited PIM particles for time jumps, Tony made a split-second, high-risk calculation. There was another time and place where both the Tesseract and PIM particles could be found. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters at Camp Lehigh, New Jersey, in 1970. He and Steve would have to make an unscheduled detour further into the past. The trip to 1970 proved unexpectedly pivotal for Tony on a deeply personal level. While Steve procured the needed PIM particles, Tony, disguised in a borrowed uniform, located the Tesseract within the base's archives. As he prepared to leave, he literally bumped into his own father, Howard Stark, looking younger, less burdened than Tony remembered him, carrying flowers. Howard, unaware of his son's true identity, spoke candidly about his anxieties and excitement about becoming a father, about his hopes for his unborn child, Tony himself, expressing fears about repeating his own father's mistakes and wanting only the best for his son. He even offered Tony advice on fatherhood. For Tony, it was a profound, cathartic moment. He saw Howard not as the distant legend or the murdered victim, but as a flawed, hopeful man on the cusp of parenthood. He didn't reveal himself, but offered Howard reassurance, thanking him for everything. It was a quiet conversation across time, providing Tony with a measure of peace and closure regarding his complicated relationship with his father that he never achieved in life. The teams returned to the present, successful but scarred. They had obtained all 6 Infinity Stones, but the cost was devastating. Natasha Romanoff had sacrificed her own life on the desolate planet Vormir, locked in a heartbreaking struggle with Clint Barton over who would make the sacrifice necessary to obtain the Soul Stone. Her death cast a pall over their impending victory. Mourning their fallen friend, but resolute in their mission, Tony, Banner, and Rocket worked together to construct a new gauntlet capable of housing the stones. A sleek nano gauntlet integrated with Stark technology. The question then arose, who would wield it? The combined power of the stones emitted immense gamma radiation, potentially lethal to any normal user. Thor volunteered, seeking redemption, but the team deemed him too emotionally unstable. Banner, arguing his Hulk form had the highest gamma tolerance, volunteered. With trepidation, he put on the gauntlet. The immense power surged through him, causing agonizing pain and permanently injuring his arm. But he fought through it. He snapped his fingers. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, outside the compound window, birds began to chirp. Clint received a call. His wife, Laura, vanished 5 years earlier, was on the line. Across the world, trillions of lives blinked back into existence. They had done it. The blip, the reversal of Thanos' snap, was successful. But their victory was short-lived. Unbeknownst to them, when present-day Nebula had time-traveled, her cybernetic systems linked with those of her past self from 2014, who was still loyal to Thanos. Through this connection, 2014, Thanos learned of the Avengers' plan and his own future success and ultimate demise. Arrogant and enraged that the universe wouldn't simply accept his balancing, he captured 2014 Gamora and Nebula, used PIM particles, reverse-engineered by Ebony Maw, and traveled forward in time with his entire warship and army, arriving in the main timeline just as Banner snapped his fingers. His opening salvo was devastating. A massive orbital bombardment that completely obliterated the new Avengers facility, burying Tony, Steve, Thor, Banner, Rhodey, Rocket, Scott, and Clint under tons of rubble. Emerging from the wreckage, injured but alive, Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, and Thor faced Thanos alone amidst the ruins of their headquarters. Thanos, now intending not just to balance the universe, but to shred it down to its last atom and create a new one grateful for his rule, prepared for the final battle. What followed was a heroic, desperate last stand by the original three Avengers. Thor, wielding both Stormbreaker and Mjolnir, fought with renewed vigor. And then, a moment that electrified heroes and audiences alike. As Thor was nearly overwhelmed, Mjolnir flew not to his hand, but to Captain America's. Steve Rogers, proving himself truly worthy, wielded the enchanted hammer alongside his shield, unleashing lightning and fighting Thanos with the combined might of a super soldier and the power of Thor. Just as Thanos, momentarily stunned by Cap's worthiness, called down his entire army, Chitauri, Outriders, the Black Order, hope arrived in spectacular fashion. Behind Captain America, golden, sparking portals began opening, dozens of them. Doctor Strange, Wong, and the masters of the mystic arts had arrived. And they weren't alone. From Wakanda emerged Black Panther, Okoye, Shuri, and the Wakandan armies. From Titan and space came Star-Lord, Drax, Mantis, Groot, Valkyrie, Korg, Meek, and countless Ravagers and Asgardians. From the ruins emerged Scarlet Witch, Falcon, Winter Soldier, Wasp, and Pepper Potts, clad in her own blue rescue armor Tony had made for her. And finally, swinging through a portal, asking, "What's up?" was Peter Parker. The blip had worked. Everyone was back, standing before the assembled might of Earth's defenders and their allies, facing down Thanos' overwhelming horde. Captain America uttered the two words that defined an era. Avengers, assemble. The final battle was legendary, a staggering conflict spread across the ruins of the compound. Iron Man fought with renewed purpose, side by side with Pepper in her rescue armor, protecting Peter Parker with fierce paternal instinct, coordinating attacks with Friday, deploying every nanotech weapon and shield his suit could form. He battled Cull Obsidian, dodged Chitauri fire, blasted hordes of Outriders. It was the culmination of everything he had built, everything he had feared, everything he had fought for. The heroes gained the upper hand. Captain Marvel arrived, destroying Thanos' warship single-handedly, and it seemed victory was within reach as they tried desperately to get the nano gauntlet away from Thanos and back through Scott Lang's time van. But Thanos, powerful and ruthless, even without the stones, fully assembled on his own gauntlet, fought back fiercely. He knocked Captain Marvel away with the Power Stone, seized the nano gauntlet containing all 6 stones, and prepared to snap his fingers again, this time to remake the universe entirely. In that critical, terrifying moment, Tony Stark caught Doctor Strange's eye across the battlefield. Strange, amidst the chaos, simply held up one finger. One. The one future out of 14,605 where they won. Tony understood instantly. The unbearable weight of that single path, the sacrifice it required, settled upon him. He lunged at Thanos, grappling not for the gauntlet itself, but for the stones housed within it. Using the advanced nanotechnology of his Mark 85 armor, Tony commanded the Infinity Stones to transfer from Thanos' gauntlet to his own. The 6 stones flowed across the nanites, embedding themselves onto the back of his right hand. The cosmic power, raw and untamed, surged through his human body. It was agony, far beyond what even the Hulk had endured. His suit sparked, energy cracking up his arm, threatening to consume him entirely. Thanos, momentarily confused, then realizing what had happened as he saw his own gauntlet empty and the stones glowing on Tony's, recoiled in horror. "I am inevitable," Thanos declared, snapping his empty fingers uselessly. Tony Stark, burning from within, veins glowing with cosmic energy, looked the mad Titan directly in the eye. With ragged breath, summoning every last ounce of his strength, his will, his very being, he delivered his final, defining words, a callback to the press conference that started it all, but now imbued with the ultimate weight of sacrifice. "And I am Iron Man." He snapped his fingers. A blinding flash of white light enveloped the battlefield. When it subsided, Thanos stared in disbelief as his own body began to turn to ash. His entire army, his ships, his lieutenants, all dissolved into dust, undone by the very power they sought to wield. The battle was won, but the cost was Tony Stark himself. The power of the Infinity Stones was too much for his mortal body. He collapsed, leaning against a pile of debris, his right side charred. Unresponsive. Rhodey was the first to reach him, grief etched on his face. Then Peter Parker swung down, tears streaming, collapsing beside him. "Mr. Stark, can you hear me? It's Peter. Hey, we won, Mr. Stark. We won." "You did it, sir. You did it." "I'm sorry, Tony." Peter sobbed, the raw grief of a son losing a father pouring out. Finally, Pepper knelt beside him, gently removing his damaged helmet. She looked into his fading eyes, saw the flicker of recognition. Placing her hand gently over the empty arc reactor housing on his chest, she offered him the final peace he had earned. "Friday?" she asked softly. "Life functions critical," the AI replied mournfully. Pepper leaned close, tears falling silently. "Tony, look at me. We're going to be okay," she whispered, her voice breaking. "You can rest now." And with that final permission, Tony Stark, the genius, the billionaire, the playboy, the philanthropist, the avenger, the Iron Man, closed his eyes and rested, his sacrifice saving the universe. The funeral was held at the quiet lakeside cabin where Tony had found his brief peace. It was a gathering unlike any other, a somber assembly of heroes, gods, sorcerers, soldiers, spies, and family from across the galaxy, all united in mourning the man who had brought them together and ultimately saved them all. Pepper stood strong for their daughter, Morgan. Happy Hogan comforted the young girl. Rhodey stood stoically, his leg braces a testament to their shared history. Peter Parker grieved openly. Steve Rogers looked on, the weight of their fractured friendship heavy upon him. Thor, Captain Marvel, Bruce Banner, Clint Barton, Scott Lang, Hope Van Dyne, T'Challa, Shuri, Okoye, Valkyrie, Wanda Maximoff, Sam Wilson, Bucky Barnes, Dr. Strange, Wong. The remaining Guardians, Nick Fury, Maria Hill, Secretary Ross, even Harley Keener, the boy from Tennessee. They all paid their respects. A simple wreath containing Tony's first crude arc reactor, the proof that Tony Stark has a heart, floated gently on the lake, a final tribute. His journey was complete. From the arrogant weapons dealer trapped in a cave, forging armor out of desperation, to the flawed hero wrestling with his demons, to the mentor guiding a new generation, and finally to the savior making the ultimate sacrifice. He wasn't born a hero. He built himself into one, piece by painful piece, mistake by costly mistake. He learned responsibility, embraced accountability, and in the end, understood that true heroism often lies not in invincibility, but in the willingness to lay down one's life for others.